moving along reasonably well, and we are hoping to have the last of the big announcements at Oshkosh as we get rolling through AirVenture 26. I would like to real quickly brief you on one other thing that'll be happening here in November. This past November, we did our first affordable flying expo using all of Hangar A and the outside environs to be able to dispatch demo flights and the like. It was our first shot at it, to be perfectly honest. After critiquing various fly-ins and events for the better part of 30 years, I owe a lot of people a lot of apologies. It was an enormous undertaking. We had the advice of the folks at Sun and Fun that helped us get everything done reasonably smoothly. 8 airplanes got sold. There's a lot of things we need to do better and more and differently and so forth come November 13th, 14th, and 15th of 26. And that information will be going out over the next few weeks and months. But we sure appreciate the folks who showed up. I know the folks that sold airplanes sure appreciated the scenario. And we're looking forward to welcoming a whole lot more people come November. In the meantime, I am pleased to present first folks from F-37 and Linda Sollers to talk about what they're going to be sending to the FAA here in the next 24 hours. Is that what I understand? Yep. Oh boy, so nothing like a little present for the feds, right? Yep. Linda, take it away. Introduce your folks.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. My name is Linda Sollers, and as he mentioned, I work with the ASTM F-37 Committee, which is the committee that is working on the expansion, and that's an important word, of the light sport area. And I'm joined by Adam Morrison from Streamlines Designs. He's been doing compliance and engineering work for 25 years and has been a key figure in ASTM, not just now, but for the original. And Mick Monk, who I've joined forces with for Calibrate Aero, who comes all the way from Australia, works with the regulator there and has a variety of businesses and a background. And interestingly enough, loves writing standards. So we really value his input. He's been a big help. And with that, I just want to point out that the standards development process is a process of passion. It's obviously the biggest thing that's going to hit general aviation for us in a long, long time. And we're really looking forward to it. All right, let's see, where am I? Okay, so that's the three of us. And there's a team of folks that have been working. There's our information if you need it. Okay, so modernization of airworthiness certification is Mosaic, right? So you're going to hear this a lot of times over the course of this week, but the real pillars of Mosaic are to improve the safety, inspire innovation, and make it more accessible and affordable for other people. Part 22 is a new rule. And so that will go into effect on the 24th of July this year. And that's the one that will define, we're in a bit of a pinch. We're going to expand the types of aircraft. Previously, there were 5 aircraft that were considered light sport. Now we also have helicopters, gyrocopters, powered lift, eVTOL, and we're planning for the new and novel. I like to say, and we have all kinds of power plants. It's no longer reciprocating, so they deleted a definition of a light sport. So, pulse propulsion flying saucer, wait for it, it's coming. So part of the drivers for this were also the fact that the training fleet was aging back 20 years ago when they did the first LSAs. And LSAs, the safety, if you look at LSAs, EABs, the experimental and the certified, LSAs now are as safe, if not safer, than certified, and that was part of the motivation because the FAA saw a lot of innovation and a lot of great progress in the experimental world, but wanted to improve safety and make it so that people could actually buy these planes from manufacturers and use them for various uses such as training. They've had a great success over 20 years, and so now they have expanded, and of course the fleet was aging on that. So I'm going to hand it over to Adam.
Hi everybody, Adam Morrison from Streamline Designs. Good to see you all today. We want to leave plenty of time for questions, or at least some time for questions, so we'll try to move through this quickly. If you see anything that piques your interest, make a mental note of that for the questions here in just a moment. But what is ASTM? ASTM is a standards organization It's been around for a long time, since 1898, and it does everything, not just aircraft standards. It does everything from metal standards to child safety equipment standards, and has a nice portfolio of aviation standards as well. So the committee F37 is the committee on light sport aircraft that deals with the standards that we're developing here and expanding to implement the Mosaic rule. And we have about 300 plus members in the committee right now from 20 countries. And there is a huge amount of effort right now to help develop these standards for light sport aircraft to implement this rule. The standards serve as a means of compliance to the rule. So you might say, well, what's the role of the FAA? What's the role of the consensus standards? The FAA is the regulator. They set the rules. They wrote the new Part 22, which has this new effectivity date on the 24th of July coming up this year. The standards serve as a means of compliance to the rule. They are not the rule. They are a means of compliance. So they tell manufacturers what they must do and all the requirements that they must comply with in order to meet the intent of the rule. And the FAA accepts those standards. It's their discretion to accept or deny the standards we submit to them. And so, as was mentioned earlier, we're submitting a big package of standards to the FAA here in the next few days. And that is the standards that they'll be reviewing for acceptance. Once they accept those standards, then they're available for use by industry and by manufacturers. The standards development process is pretty involved. It's pretty rigorous. Like I said, there's hundreds of people involved in the process, but essentially we start by looking at all the standards that are out there currently and evaluating what might make sense for this particular market. And then we hone and tailor and develop those standards, and they go through a sequential balloting process that's increasingly rigorous and is increasingly exposed to more people. And then they get what's called a consensus approval, which means people largely agree with the content that's in the standards. And that's an industry consensus process, meaning that there's balance between all the different interests. It's not just manufacturers, it's not just users, it's everybody, including regulators, academia, pilots, and manufacturers. And so there's a sequential balloting process that we go through to make sure that the standard is vetted and has all the right content in it, there aren't any errors and things like that. And as we look at the LSA market, there's this idea of the safety continuum. And at the top there, it might be a little bit hard to see. You've got like transport category aircraft, airliners that you fly on day in and day out. Down at the bottom, model aircraft. Well, light sport and aircraft is about a third of the way up, and it's lower on the risk continuum. So we want to write standards that match the level of risk that we're exposing the industry and the public to. And so if we have all the standards, we don't have any innovation. If we have no standards, then we might have safety issues. So we're trying to find the right balance in the standards between setting the right level of safety and not putting too much of a damper on innovation. The actual standards themselves, we've redeveloped the way that we're approaching this within F37. Basically, we're looking at the standards are ingredients. So we've got a bunch of standards that are topic specific. Let's say 40 to 50 standards that are very specific topics like engines or like control systems or occupant safety. And then we have what's called integration standards. Those integration standards pull together the ingredients from all those other standards to generate a set of requirements for a particular type of aircraft, like a fixed wing aircraft or a gyroplane or a helicopter or a powered lift aircraft. So I'll turn it over to Mick here to keep us moving.
Thanks, Adam. So I'm Michael Monk from Calibrate Aero. So what does Mosaic mean for people in the industry? So we've thought about this from kind of 4 different perspectives here. We've got pilots, builders, manufacturers, and operators. And there's a whole bunch of opportunities that are available to each of these groups. For the pilots, I think it's fairly obvious. You get to fly a wider range of aircraft. Sorry? Is that? Yep. So for pilots, you get to fly a wider range of aircraft, not just what we fly today in terms of fixed wing or weight shift or what already exists, but also new opportunities for new types of aircraft. For builders, I think there's a huge opportunity here. We've got experimental aircraft at the moment. One of the big constraints on experimental aircraft is the 51% rule. That doesn't exist in the LSA world. So in LSA, as it stands today even, you don't have to build 51% of the aircraft. But what this new rule means is that you've got new aircraft, higher weights, more capabilities, and you're not subject to that 51% rule. So you can build a smaller portion of that aircraft, but still put your touches on it. There are still some constraints. It has to be built to the specification of the manufacturer, but there are also freedoms that come with that once you get your special certificate of airworthiness. For manufacturers, it's the same as what we've currently got in the LSA world today. It means you can rapidly get a new product into the market, you can innovate, you can iterate, and introduce new ideas, new concepts, and whatnot. And that also applies to the standards themselves. So the standards are not set in stone today. We can iterate those standards as well. So as new technologies come out and manufacturers want to invent new ways to do new things or new ways to do old things, we can adjust those standards. And then, of course, for the operators, don't know why that keeps flicking. For the operators, we've got new things that we can do with these aircraft. So previously, we were limited to private operations and flight training. Now we've got new aerial work opportunities. So we can do banner towing, glider towing, and so on. In that aerial work category, there's, as we can see on the screen, flight training is the existing one, glider towing, aerial photography. One of the key constraints here, though, is you can't take passengers or cargo for hire or reward. And if we go back to what Adam said on that risk continuum, as we expose more people to more risk, there's, more controls have to be put in place. So what we're doing here is limiting the risk, which gives us more freedom in the aircraft themselves, but also opening up new opportunities. Enabling the future. There's a couple of really cool things coming out in these new standards, and two that we want to talk to today is indirect flight controls and simplified flight controls. Here in America, on the sport pilot license, you can't fly a helicopter. And this is just one example. You can't fly a helicopter. But what we've got is simplified flight controls. So on the sport pilot license, you can fly a helicopter with simplified flight controls. We haven't seen any aircraft yet with these things implemented. But essentially what it means is you take away direct control of the aircraft. You're not actually manipulating wings, control surfaces, etc., but rather the pilot is directing the aircraft where they want it to go, and then the aircraft starts making a series of decisions on how to get there in the best way. So it's a simplified way of controlling the aircraft, and that again opens up new opportunities for sport pilots to operate new aircraft. And then we've got indirect flight controls as well. And these two things can be very closely related, not necessarily, but somewhat closely related. Things like envelope protection, reduced workload, more safety, smoother flight, but still getting that familiar feel. So one of the things that comes in here is things like fly-by-wire. You've no longer got that direct mechanical link from the stick or the yoke or whatever the control input is through to the control surface, but what you've got is some sort of interface in between, and that allows us to do new things like, as I said before, envelope protection. So if you pull too hard on the stick, the aircraft might go, that's not going to end with a good day, so I'm not going to do that, but I understand what you're trying to achieve, and sort of inject itself in and prevent you from causing damage or harm. We've got a couple of videos here. I'm not actually sure how to play this video. These are some examples. I don't think we can play that video. I can't see the mouse. Is that a touchscreen? No? Oh, there we go. don't think the video's playing anyway. Try the next one. So that didn't work. In good news, our standards mean that our stuff's going to work. This is not an ASTM standard. This one might work.
Air 1, a fully electric aircraft.
So this is an aircraft that one of our standards writers is developing. My understanding is this aircraft has actually flown. It hasn't carried people yet. But this is a really good example of an aircraft that we can't currently develop under the today's set of standards. It, again, isn't playing properly. But this is an example of an aircraft that takes off vertically, transitions to somewhat of a form of traditional flight, wing-borne flight, and then can land vertically. It incorporates a number of those things that we've talked about, like indirect flight control, simplified flight controls.
With a flight time of up to 1 hour
And it takes a lot of workload off pilots, but opens up some of those opportunities that we talked about before. I'm not sure why these videos aren't playing, but... Oh, that's all there was? So these are a couple of examples of the aircraft that will be available to us in future. I'm going to wrap it up there. Hand back to Linda.
Thank you. What we didn't see on that other video was a single person, fully automated, with only a half an hour to an hour of training. They were able to go up and hover around in something called a lift hexa. They're currently using that just as a fun thing to do. It's an experience now, but the vision for them is to have these available for commuting in the future. They're very expensive. You're probably not going to buy one, but you might be able to pick it up like a scooter on the street kind of thing. So that's what the other one was. But lift hexa, if you're interested in seeing more about that. So just in summary, yeah, obviously we're expanding, and we're going to have some time for Q&A here, but we're expanding the light sport capability and types of aircraft. And as Adam so beautifully explained to us, it's an industry-led collaborative process. I am the membership secretary, so if you're interested in participating in the development of the standards, talk to me. This is benefits for everybody, for the pilots, for the mechanics. There's privileges. Just remember there's stuff we're talking about the aircraft, but also remember that Mosaic also touches privileges for pilots, mechanics, and expanded operations. There's a lot of pieces in that. But we're all going to benefit from it. It's been an amazing process, and again, hats off to Adam and all the folks who were involved prior to helping make this come. We're safety driven on that continuum, and so there will be additional requirements that you need to know about, but that's part of, we have heavier aircraft, we have more speed. This is all a part of the expansion that we need to do. And of course, without having to have FAA rulemaking, we can now introduce a lot of innovation. So it's very exciting to be working on standards for the new and novel and the things we haven't yet imagined. Can you imagine? It's been a really great process, which will enable all kinds of wonderful things for the future for general aviation, electric motors, turbines, all kinds of great things. So it's really great, and I have to say personally, it's been an absolutely amazing journey to meet and have the privileges of working with some of the smartest engineers and minds in the business. Thank you, Charles. So with that, I'd like to open it up we have a few more minutes for questions. So if anybody has any questions, let me know, and I'll repeat your questions so that everybody can hear. Sure, go ahead. Oh, well, you're so close.
Okay, I was a pilot before, and I still have my pilot's license. What is going to be the change for me to become or get into Mosaic?
So I believe the EAA is up next, and they're going to be talking there's many layers of this, and so one of them is pilot privileges, as I mentioned. One is maintenance privileges. We are concerned with the privileges, well, with the design and development of the actual aircraft. So I'm going to ask you to hang on, and when the EAA is here, they can give you some great answers. I know, but I want to keep this focused. Okay, does that make sense? Anybody else? Did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. The standards that you're going to provide in the next couple of days, would those be available in their drafts, in their draft form to us?
Right. Will the standards be available in the draft form? I'm going to hand this to you, Adam.
The standards in their draft form, not so much unless you're involved with the actual standards writing process, which is it's a pretty low bar to get involved, as Linda mentioned. Talk to her and she can help you get involved. It'll be an ongoing process, for the next few years to refine these as we accommodate the innovation in the market. The standards are available. They're fairly low cost. Each standard, I think, is like $60 or something like that. However, if you are a member of ASTM International, you can get the whole set for the cost of your membership, which is about $129 a year or something like that. So.
It's thinking as a company that's going to be investing in the Mosaic, it has been, but we're interested in understanding, a high percentage of what you're providing. It's April now and July. We'd like to be able to understand at least what y'all are proposing so we can start in that direction, even if it's not final.
Yeah, that's right. So the question was how to get more information about the standards between now and July, I think was the thrust of the question. Yeah, so right now the standards are going through the balloting process, and so you can get access to those ballots by participating in ASTM. There's actually a meeting this afternoon, an ASTM meeting this afternoon here on the grounds or near the grounds here that Linda can tell you more about if you want to come and learn about it even this afternoon.
Yeah, we're yeah. So as Adam mentioned, the draft standards, one of the things I'm not sure we underscored is that we have developed and are submitting standards that the teams and the various committees have put together, but we won't know for sure until the FAA gives us a notice of approval, authorization. So is it authorization or approval? No, NOA. Availability, notice of availability. Thank you very much. And so, but the FAA has been working with us all along and giving us feedback. So we don't expect a lot of things to change. So by all means come. And the other thing I'd like to point out is that these standards, we have this flexibility because these are living, breathing standards. They are going to continue to evolve. They're going to continue to refine as we put them to work. So you're not too late to get involved because as things go forward, we're still looking, we're still refining, and we're still balloting things. So come see me and I'll give you all the right information, astm.org, and see me. And let's see, oh, there you go. Take a picture of that, reach out to me, and we'll get you plugged in, and you can come this afternoon if you'd care to. Any other questions?
Yeah, are they, the standards, are you going to have them separated? Like, is there just going to be like the maintenance standard and then aircraft standard?
Yeah, the question was, whoops, sorry, going the wrong way. Sorry. Sorry, I don't know where I went. The question was, I was going to pull a slide up, but here, who would like to take that?
I'll take that. Yeah, so the standards are broken into topic areas. And so there is a maintenance standard, there's a continued operational safety standard, there's a structures standard, there's standards for occupant safety, there's a laundry list of standards, so design and construction, there's power plants, there's landing gear standards, kit assembly instructions if you plan to offer a kit version of the SLSA. And then these integration standards here are aircraft type specific. So like a fixed wing aircraft will point to, integration standard will point to all the other standards that you need in order to develop a fixed wing aircraft or a weight shift control aircraft or a helicopter. So so the question is, how often does the ASTM committee meet? For the past 2 years, we've been meeting pretty often. There's meetings of one form or another, probably every day, pretty much every day for the last 18 months, including Sundays and nights and weekends, to try to get all this in place in time. We have face-to-face meetings in our normal cadence about 2 times a year, but recently it's been more like every other month. And so, and one of those meetings is this afternoon here at Sun and Fun. There's a lot of Zoom meetings, virtual meetings, and then there's face-to-face meetings about every other month right now.
a lot of email correspondence, writing, drafting, comments. Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Alrighty, folks. We had invited EAA to step in, answer some questions. Obviously, some have already arisen, and they will be making a presentation here, and we will be continuing throughout the day with a number of subjects. So, Margaret, if you'll introduce yourselves and explain what EAA has got to say about all this.
Absolutely. I think I'm going backwards. Nope, I'm going backwards. There it is. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Good. Nice to meet you all. I'm Margaret. I'm part of our Government Advocacy and Safety team here at EAA. And today I'm going to be talking about Sport Pilot 2.0, or what we also call Mosaic, specifically focused on the Sport Pilot side of things. So to start out, all of you are probably vaguely familiar with what the structure looked like before. We had the definition of a light sport aircraft under CFR 14.1.1 that limited a sport pilot to being able to fly both an LSA and a ELSA. So that required you to fly aircraft that were under 1,320 pounds, had 45 knots clean stall speed, 2 seats, and 120 seats max. No more. So what's really important to understand here is that that definition no longer feeds what a sport pilot can fly. So the presentation before this focused a lot on the F-37 and the new Part 22. What I'm focused on is the sport pilot. So what does that actually look like? We really want to draw a line between those two concepts. So we have the sport pilot and what is now sport pilot eligible aircraft, so what aircraft a sport pilot can fly, and we have the new Part 22. I don't know what's happening. Oh boy. Okay, there it is. Brought it back. Sorry, guys. But the new light sport category is meeting those ASTM standards as they just got done talking about. They have 4 seats, 61 knots stall speed in their landing configuration, and a 250 knots max in flight level, and then we'll need to conform to everything that has been stated earlier in that earlier presentation. Does anybody know if I should just stop touching this? Or try and go backwards? I'm not touching anything. I'm just going to stand over here and hope that nothing is moving there. So the sport pilot and sport pilot eligible aircraft, what that looks like. So you can now fly aircraft that have 4 seats or less, and you can only have 2 occupants. So that's one thing that we wanted the FAA to change, but based upon that safety continuum that we saw earlier, they determined 2 seats. So you as the pilot and the passenger that is with you. I can do that. That works. Okay. So these are limited to single engine aircraft. You can have retractable gears, constant speed propellers, but you need to get endorsements in order to fly those as a sport pilot. And then one of the biggest restraints is it's now performance-based rather than that weight-based. So that's focused on 59 knots clean stall speed or lower than that. Shouldn't have used the keyboard here. So, nope. We're going to go over some of the other limitations that pilots recently had. This is updated, so the sport pilot limitations are not changing in terms of what you can do for day VFR. So you can fly at day, during the day, at or below 10,000 feet MSL or 2,000 feet AGL. You can get endorsements, which has not changed, to fly in tower to airspace. You still need to have an endorsement whether you're going to fly a slower aircraft below 87 knots or an endorsement for the higher speeds above 87 knots. You can still split your expenses pro rata. You can't fly in furtherance of any business as a sport pilot. And then this is only usable within the US, so it needs to be ICAO compliant. ICAO still recognizes the private pilot. They do not recognize the sport pilot. There are certain countries that do recognize it, but we can talk about that later if you guys have questions about that. So the major things that are changing is this left screen on the sport pilot side. So previously you had to be limited to 2 seats. That has been bumped up to 4 seats. So you can fly aircraft with 4 seats like a Cessna 172 that was previously not able to be flown there. Okay, so this is a big misconception is as a private pilot or a higher rated pilot, you can exercise the ratings of any lower certificate at any time. So if you are a private pilot, you are exercising sport pilot privileges if you're choosing to fly with a driver's license medical as your form of a medical. That does limit you to all of the limitations of the sport pilot. So you must comply with all of this stuff, and you must be flying in an aircraft that is sport pilot eligible if you are operating as a private pilot or a sport pilot or an ATP operating as a sport pilot. And then in order to fly as a sport pilot utilizing a medical or a driver's license as your medical, your most recent FAA medical must not have been denied, suspended, or revoked for any reason. So a good example of this is if someone is going through the process, they need to get a special issuance. If you stop getting or if you try and stop the process in the middle, you can't do that because that is going to be a denial if you do not finish the process. So you have to go all the way through the process. You have to have your most recent medical be successful if you have a medical certificate. If you're starting out flying and you don't have a medical, you are able to use your driver's license as your medical. Now the biggest part of this is your responsibility as a pilot. By using and flying with a driver's license medical, we are really putting the responsibility on you as the pilot to ensure that you are being safe and prepared for flight. So I highly recommend double checking what your duties are, what your responsibilities are, which is under 6153B, which basically says if you know or have reason to know of any medical condition that makes you unsafe to fly, you should not be flying and you cannot fly. So it is up to you to work with your doctor to make sure that you are safe for flight. And that language is a little bit different from what it is for any medical certificate. But if you have reason to know of any medical condition, if you are taking a medication that would disqualify you from a medical, you should not be up and flying as a sport pilot. Touching on the maintenance side of things. So there's the light sport repairman inspection and the light sport repairman maintenance. What these courses look like is the light sport repairman inspection is a 2-day course that allows you to perform condition inspections on any experimental light sport aircraft that you own. The light sport repairman maintenance course is a 3-week course, and this allows you to perform maintenance and condition inspections on any SLSAs or ELSAs that you own. What the rule did is it updated this to say that you can do this on any EAB or any experimental aircraft that you own. So this is a super exciting opportunity for our second owners of experimental aircraft who are looking to do their condition inspections. But the one thing to note is this does require a new set of operating limitations. So you can go down to your FSDO and make sure that they are updated to allow a light sport repairman to to perform the condition inspection on these aircraft. And then the light sport repairman maintenance rating, anyone can do maintenance on an EAB. That has not changed, but it does allow the condition inspection on any aircraft that you don't own. So if I have a maintenance rating and my friend wants me to do the condition inspection on their aircraft, as long as their operating limitations are updated to say that I can do that, I would be able to perform that condition inspection. So these two areas, we have the F-37 committee who's working on creating those new Part 22 rules. That is coming in July. That is for any newly certificated aircraft under the light sport category. Our sport pilot eligible aircraft, it opens up what a sport pilot can fly of the aircraft that currently exist. So it really is reinvigorating opportunities for those people who have always wanted to learn to fly, because now you can go to most flight schools and they will have training aircraft that you're able to fly. Cessna 172s are plentiful and everywhere. You can now get training in them where it was a lot harder to find those LSAs to train in previously. It's affordable and it's effective training that yields higher retention and completion rates because it is cheaper to get, and there's a lot more opportunities to get out there and fly just for fun. And then Part 22 is going to bring new and affordable modern aircraft designs to modernize the training fleet, and we're really expecting to see a lot of innovation happening within that field. And then there are fewer mandatory hours that you need in order to solo and get your rating here, but ultimately it's the same fundamentals. So this training for the sport pilot, it focuses on those fundamentals of flying to really make sure that you know how to fly, how to do it safely, and really get up there and get to the skies. So we have a lot more information on our website. Don't hesitate to take a look at our website. A lot of information there. The FAA also has some really great websites that they've put together. They have, if you're interested in the LSRI or LSRM courses, the FAA has put together an excellent FAQ on their website, and they created a separate website for it. It has a lot of information about that. They also keep a running list of all of the course providers for those courses. You can give us a call, you can give us an email. We can answer pretty much all of the questions that you have, or we will find you an answer. And then, how am I doing on time? I've got some more time, so I can take questions. Yes. Yes.
Is there any reason if I let that expire, is there any reason to get a basic med and go through that paperwork, or can I just fly with my license?
Okay, so the question, oh, I can hear myself double. So the question was, if he has a Class 3 medical, is there any reason why he shouldn't let that expire and or go to basic med, correct? Yes. Okay, so if you have a Class 3 medical or basic med, the reason you would want to re-up those or get those again is if you want to fly at night as a sport pilot, or if you are doing any operations in any aircraft that are not sport pilot eligible. So for the majority of our EAA members, it is a lot of just going up with you, one other person, flying around during the day. If you want to do anything outside of what a sport pilot is able to do, your best bet would be to either re-up your medical or get basic med in order to keep having those privileges. If not, you can let it expire and just switch to flying with a driver's license. Yes?
I have my pilot's license in instrument rating,
Okay.
but I haven't flown in several years. So if I'm understanding what you're saying is I have to go get a Type 3 medical, get that passed. Once that passed, then kind of get a biannual review in the airplane, light sport airplane that I'm flying.
Yes. So the question was, you are operating as a private pilot, you haven't flown in a couple of years, and you want to, you're just clarifying if you need an annual and the biannuals? Yes. Okay. So it is the same as normal. You still need to get all of your annuals and biannuals. Now, if you're operating as a private pilot utilizing your sport pilot certificate, you can fly aircraft that are not light sport aircraft. So we are opening that up, so you don't need to purchase a specific light sport aircraft to operate that as a sport pilot. You also mentioned that you were instrument rated, so I'll touch on that for a minute. A sport pilot cannot operate in any instrument conditions. That is one of the limitations of a sport pilot. So if you're operating with your driver's license, medical, and you have an instrument rating, that's great. It's going to make you a safer pilot, but you cannot operate in any IFR conditions.
Instead of getting a class 3, you could go for basic med, right?
So the question was, instead of getting a class 3 medical, you can go for basic med. Yes, you can. So basic med is an equivalent for a class 3 medical, and it allows you to fly as a private pilot. I'm not sure if it's higher. I'm not our expert on our medical stuff, but if you have questions, feel free to email specific questions about medicals and stuff, and I can get you good answers. Yes?
Okay. The airplane that I'm looking at is a VL3, and it will have all the IFRs equipment in it without needing to still use them, or how would that work?
Okay, so the question was, he has an aircraft that is equipped with IFR equipment. Is he able to use them? So the answer is, if you are operating as a sport pilot, you can use them, but you cannot operate in any IFR conditions. So you're more than welcome to have them in your aircraft. Are you able to operate with them operating as a sport pilot? No. So if you're operating as a private pilot or higher, or somebody else is flying in your aircraft that has those higher ratings and has an up-to-date medical that would allow them to be flying IFR, they can absolutely do that.
Okay, so if I maintain the Type 3 certification, even though I am in that airplane with the certificates that I have, I then could use that airplane in IFR conditions.
So if you have an up-to-date medical, yes, you can operate as a private pilot as normal. That would allow you to operate in IFR conditions with your ratings. So you can exercise, you can go back and forth between them if you have the higher ratings and the higher medical certificate. So if I have a medical certificate and I'm operating as a private pilot one day for one leg of my journey, and then I leave my medical there and I am within the operations on my way back where it would allow me to fly as a sport pilot, I can operate on the way back as a sport pilot. So if I get a ramp check on the way back when I don't have my medical certificate on me, but I was within all of the restraints of a sport pilot, I can say I'm a private pilot rated, but I am operating under my sport pilot privileges. Yes? Correct. So the question was, if you are a private pilot, do you need to get a sport pilot certificate? No. Any rating below what you currently have, you can exercise the privileges at any time. Yes?
So there was a slide, the difference between sport pilot and light sport category,
Yes.
including stall speed, the differences.
Yes.
Do you foresee those, I would say, differences to be closed, so such that sport pilot can fly?
Yes. So the question was about this slide. There will absolutely be aircraft in the light sport category, so the new Part 22, that cannot be operated as a sport pilot. So that's one of the biggest things that we want to draw the line, which is why we put the line in between, is we need to separate sport pilot eligible aircraft and the light sport category, the new Part 22. So there absolutely may be aircraft that do not fit into the sport pilot eligible aircraft because of the new innovations that we have coming with Part 22, the new standards that they are putting together, and that stall speed is also a limitation. So if you have a 61 knots stall speed, you cannot operate that as a sport pilot.
Yes, I'll follow up. You kind of
No. So there can be aircraft certificated under the new Part 22 that a sport pilot can fly, but there also will be aircraft that they cannot fly. So it's really important as a sport pilot to check those stall speed to make sure that the aircraft that you're seeking to fly fits within the classifications of what a sport pilot can fly.
One last question. Simplified flight control. So the light sport category trying to build aircraft supporting from my F-37. Do you foresee sport pilot specific restriction to simplified flight control, such that you are only trained at simplified flight control, you cannot fly non-simplified flight control? Does that make sense? Like the simplified flight control is pretty much all.
I am not totally sure. If you want to talk after, we can talk through that question. Yeah.
My question is related to certificated aircraft today. Let's talk about a Cessna 150, which is a whole lot easier to maintain than even some of the new light sport and everything else. Is there any talk about under the training or inspection that you had listed up here prior for light sport category aircraft that maybe a 150 would in the future fit in that category rather than being all of the extra training that needs to be for an A&T?
Okay, so the question was, to simplify this, do we see anything or hear of anything in the future that would allow a currently certificated as a Part 23 standard category aircraft to be maintained differently than they currently are, correct? Currently, I don't think so. And I have the FAA shaking their head no at me in the back. It's important to know if it is a standard category aircraft, it will remain a standard category aircraft. The maintenance is not going to change. Everything still needs to be up to those Part 23 standards. So that is not changing, and it doesn't sound like it's changing anytime in the future, and there doesn't sound to be any talk about it. So.
It's good that he's here.
Yep. Yes.
So on the maintenance requirements, though, if you take a 2-day course, you still can't do your own inspections on an SLSA, right? It's only ELSA.
Correct, yes.
And is there any limit to the number if you own 2 ELSAs? Can you do the inspection for both?
Okay, so the question was, if you have the LSRI, is there any limitation on the number of aircraft that you own that you can inspect? The answer is no. It is on any ELSA that you own, as long as they are within the same category. So you get your LSRI, and then it has a category, so whether it's an airplane or I think there's a helicopter one if I'm not mistaken, but it has to be within the same category of airplane if it's 2 that you own, but you are able to do them on both. So the difference on that 59 knots versus 61, that 61 knots is for the new category, so for the new Part 22 that is coming out this July. And then that 59 knots is for what a sport pilot can fly, so a sport pilot eligible aircraft.
What's the stall speed on the Patriot Aircraft?
So if you're looking for what these stall speeds are, those should be in the pilot's operating handbook. Yes.
Yeah, 51 is the aircraft capability you can install. 59 is what the pilot can operate when choosing aircraft he or she can fly.
Yes. So that 61 knots is for any newly certificated aircraft under the new Part 22. No, so new aircraft or old aircraft, let's say a Cessna 172, they are not changing category. They are staying within the same category of a standard category aircraft. What's changing is a sport pilot can now fly more aircraft that are fitting under these classifications. So they have 4 or less seats, they've got 59 knots clean stall speed, single engine, they can have a couple of other stuff, but What's changing is what aircraft the sport pilot can fly. It's no longer connected to the definition of a light sport aircraft. So sport pilots can now fly more than just a light sport airplane. So the sport pilot aircraft that are now eligible to be flown, that started in October 2025, the 22nd of October. So that is activated. You can go and fly a Cessna 172 right now as a sport pilot. And then the light sport category, the new Part 22, we expect that release date July 26th, 2026, 24th, 2026. So that will be when the new Part 22 is activated there. Also, I'm getting that I'm on time. So if you have more questions, feel free to send me an email, or I will be around after this. Thank you.
There we go. Margaret, thank you very much, and give our best to Jack and Dick and the gang back at Oshkosh. Alrighty, next up the bat is Delta Hawk. John, take it away. I think there are a few folks here have been hearing some rumors about a two-cylinder that you may want to discuss. Here you go, guy.
Thanks. Morning, John Hoyp, Delta Hawk Engines. I have to do something? Click the right arrow. They didn't train me on this. Sorry, I apologize. One more time. One more time. All right, there we go. Got it. One more time? All right. We'll show you a quick video and then we'll get into it. So,
it is the pursuit of excellence, the compulsive nature to be better than yesterday. It is the spirit of the last 250 years that has kept American innovation at the forefront of the world. At Delta Hawk, the quest to revolutionize power in aviation has driven our outlook of the future while recognizing the endeavors of the past. The DHK series of engines are built for the next 250 years because one revolution deserves another.
all right. Go through this a little bit quickly, and then we'll get into the Mosaic and where we are and why we're excited about Mosaic. But we do have, we're located here on the grounds across from Tecnam by Piper. We do have an RV14 here today, SR20 that we're both flown here. We also have on display a two-cylinder engine as well. So quickly about Delta Hawk, we are a Jet A alternative engine. We have a 2, 4, and a 6-cylinder that we are currently working on. The 4-cylinder is currently in airplanes as we speak, and we are using that as our test bed as we solidify our firewall forward packages. So we announced last year at Oshkosh about our agreement with Piper, a long-term agreement to do their Seminole. That will be flying in about a month, and we plan on having that at Oshkosh as well. We are releasing tooling for our 6-cylinder, which goes all the way to 350 horsepower. We're beginning production on our 4-cylinder, and we're taking reservations now, converting reservations into orders for the 4-cylinder side. We do offer a 2-cylinder. This happens to be a engine for defense, as we think we have what is needed. All U.S. based, U.S. manufactured, U.S. owned engine. And then we also, this is the one that we came out with that you'll see at the booth. 80% of the parts are common between our 4-cylinder and our 6-cylinder. So we're just expanding and contracting our line as we go. So again, fuel compatibility is Jet A, Jet A1, as well as diesel. We have forums going on. Obviously, this is we're having the forum as we speak here today. And then there's the information on Delta. So how does that relate to Mosaic? So the mission of Mosaic is simplifying the process for pilots, while Delta's mission is to simplify their means of power. With the creation of Mosaic, the DHK series of engines belongs in the future of aviation. The key move of Mosaic from weight-based constraints to performance-based constraints, by definition changing stall speed, expands the LSA market to include heavier, faster, and more capable airplanes, thus opening the door to higher performance and higher weight aircraft. By removing strict weight limits and allowing higher speeds, Delta, as a modern high-performance engine, fits the broader market for new LSA designs. Delta is providing the same architecture with a broad range of engines, including the 2, a 4, and a 6-cylinder. We are direct drive, no gearbox, all mechanical, clean sheet design. Mosaic puts formerly high-performance aircraft into light sport, which opens the door to cross-country operations and where fuel efficiency and altitude performance become key drivers. ASTM standards-based aircraft development should accelerate new aircraft development, provide more opportunity for aircraft to be designed around Delta engines. So, we are very excited about Mosaic. We think we offer a solution, like I said, from a Jet A perspective. We are excited to see that new airframes can come out and be designed around a diesel engine. So that's all I had. Any questions? I'm ahead of schedule. Yes. So the 2-cylinder, like I said, it is a derivative of the 4-cylinder. 80% of the parts are common. So the piston, the conrod, the rings, the fuel system, they're all the same parts. We're just downscaling, obviously a new crank and a new housing, but otherwise all the same. The 4-cylinder is FAA certified. Again, so we don't have to certify 80% of the parts in order to get a certified engine in the 2-cylinder space. It should be pretty quick. We only have to do 20% of the parts. So, sorry. Vibration considerations. Well, what's unique about us is we dampen our crank. So we take that, really it's the 4th and the 8th order, we take that out with a dampening of our crankshaft. So it's a unique design that we developed, and we don't see the vibration. We're not seeing failures of external components like the oil pump or anything from the vibration. And the prop manufacturers are working with us on their design so that we don't see any degradation or issues with their props as well. So, good question. But yes, we understand it and we are removing it. Yeah. Yeah, the 4-cylinder is the toughest. To be honest, the 4-cylinder is the toughest. So the 4 is the toughest because we're 2-stroke, so you're getting combustion on every stroke. You're getting 4 different. In the 2, we're doing it opposed. so that we're not seeing that. So we have looked at the design. So currently the 4 is in a V or an A configuration. The 2 is going to be in an opposed. That way we take out some of that as well. So it's all about how we design the engine and how we take on the vibration or the combustion events that we're seeing at every one. But you also we're not a four-stroke. So a 4-stroke has 4 big bangs. We are getting smaller bangs, right? We're combustion events on every single revolution. So ours is not as big as a 4-cylinder or a 4-stroke. Sorry.
Okay, and then how are you in comparable either in cost or in retrofitting from a Rotax to yours?
We are working on that right now. We are going to be comparable from a price standpoint. We're going to make sure we are. We're in concept design on the 2. We need to have an airframe that we kick this off in to see how we fit in that space. Good question. We introduced the 2. We have it, like I said, in a concept right now. You'll see it actually. We printed it. Now we just have to put it in an airframe. So good question. More to come on that, by the way.
The Rotax is 4-cylinder.
Yes.
But it's 4-stroke.
Correct.
And it's liquid cooled. So
We are liquid cooled as well.
you can also be liquid.
Yes.
So is your unit going to be balanced to help take out some of the vibration?
So to answer your question, the same, I know it's a vibration question, right? Again, we have, as being a 2-stroke, we have less, the vibration is less than a 4-stroke. Again, those are big bangs that you're getting, right? We're getting 2 bangs for their 1 bang. So you're getting smaller bangs, right? So our vibration is, we again, it's dampened through the crank. Because it's direct drive, right? We're not putting it into anything else. So the crank is what absorbs all of that. We have heavy weights on the crank that are adjusted as they rotate to take out that vibration. So to answer your question, we are addressing that. So we're not gonna have the issues. We don't believe we're gonna have any issues from a vibration standpoint as a diesel, right? As a normal diesel, right? Higher compression, yes, torque, it all of that, correct. Yeah, well, you saw it starting on, you saw the video of it starting on there is no shake there. So we have really addressed that, and we've had to address it for the prop manufacturers, right? Because we don't want a 3,000-hour TBO on our engine and a 500 on the prop, right? That makes no sense. So we're working with them on all of that. So yes, they've given us a lot of data back and forth, and so we're addressing it. But if you saw it on the startup on our prop dyno, you'll see there is. Jim, you've flown it. How does it feel when you fly it when you start it up? Are you seeing any difference of a shaking or vibration that's different in any other plane you've flown? I can't go that far. All right, if you heard what he said, we on our SR20, we're flying at a 180. We took out a 210 out of that. He didn't see any issues. We make power. We start making full power at 2,200 RPM. So a lot of torque. And what Jim just said was he didn't see any significant difference between flying a 180 horsepower versus the 210.
I guess the question is the Rotax is 160 horse for the 916IS. So in the airplane that I'm going to be purchasing that has the 916, will that have more horsepower available, or will it be dampened down to what that one is 160?
We would if it depends on the airframe, right? So we would have to derate. We have to go by what the airframe can handle. We don't want to exceed any of that. So we could derate it. So we do offer the 180 that we could derate, or if the airframe could handle 180, we could. Again, it's mechanical, so we're controlling that. So we could provide you 180 horsepower. Mm-hmm. So we would provide you 180 horsepower. So again, it's up to the airframe and what it can handle. I know. I'll give you an example. RV14, we took out a 210 out of that. We're flying at 180. We could at 180. We're getting close to exceeding VNE. Vans has told us that we can't put anything over 180 in that airframe, even though we're replacing a 210. So they've already said that they don't want, because even though pilots can manage it, some will not, and that is a concern. So again, that's again what the diesel offers. So
Your system being a diesel have the fade engine.
we do not. We're all mechanical. All mechanical. Once it's started, it runs. You just need air and fuel. That is it. So again, we set the power from the fuel system, and once it's set for life. So there's no. Again, we just monitor it. Very simple. We have 40% less parts than most of our competition because we don't have a gearbox. We don't have FADEC. We're a two-stroke, so we don't have lifters and valves and any of that. So, again, and we provide. We're not right because of that. Our power is directed to the prop, not to all the other parts. So.
So, does your system allow to put into a certified aircraft or light sport or experimental?
We are going to be providing certified engines. That's all we're going to sell. Again, we're going to make sure that they're competitive in the marketplace, but we are going to sell a certified engine.
But it could be installed on light sport.
Correct.
Or experimental.
Correct.
What's the rough cost on a four-cylinder, 100 horsepower?
Four-cylinder, 100 horsepower. We're at firewall forward. So we provide the firewall forward. So that's mount, cowl, prop. We're at about 130-ish is where we're at. And that's bolt-on, ready to go. With sensors. I mean, we're going to have everything, right? Because we want to test it at our facility to make sure you have what you need. When you turn it on, when you hook it up and power it, you have no issues. Pardon? TBO. The FAA has not provided us with a TBO. We are working with them on the TBO. We believe 3,000 hours is what we're working with them on. We're doing a lot of testing on singular components, from oil pump to coolant pump. We have thousands and even up to 1 million hours. So we're providing that to the FAA for them to give us a TBO. They will be issuing a TBO, but our plan is 3,000 hours. I don't know that specifically. We can get you that information. I can give you a card after this, and I can give you that information. But we don't have that to date. We haven't flown off. right? We've flown off against our other OEMs. We haven't done against a airframe that's equipped with a Rotax. So I don't want to give numbers that we don't have. So. Include the prop. That's what we're working on. So there's a lot of prop manufacturers here that I've been having meetings with, right? Need pricing to come down, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing. So, pardon?
Working with DUC?
We have had conversations. I will put it that way. So, last one, I think, and then I think I'm done.
So, are you expecting these to weigh about the same as you did?
Yes, yes. I think right now on the 4-cylinder, we are about 5 pounds heavier in a firewall forward package. Be careful when you look at our engine versus their engine. We include in our weight the starter, the alternator, the exhaust, right? They don't, and then it skews it a little bit. So you just got to be careful when you compare their specs to ours. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Much appreciated. There we go. Our next guest, Jacob Fenton from Tecnam.
Thank you. Hello. How's everyone doing? All right. Yeah, as Jim said, my name's Jacob Fenton. I am the Director of Sales for Tecnam of North America. We are really excited with this new Mosaic initiative that we are being allowed to build within, something that we've been anticipating and have been excited about for quite a while now, and finally being able to meet those standards with our aircraft. So here's a little presentation going into all that we have been and are still currently doing. So to start, what is Mosaic? Of course, you guys are here, so you know most of this already. But this is generally the timeline for how we have gotten to this point today. And as we sit, we're really waiting for these new rules to become finalized, so we can start actually certifying our airplane under these Part 22 allowances. Again, these major changes for us specifically as manufacturers are all kind of related to the removal of the restriction of the 1,320-pound maximum takeoff weight. This has been a stress point for us, and I'm sure lots of other manufacturers, as our aircraft are already today are much more capable of flying beyond this, as they do in Europe quite effectively. But these regulations, they're going to, allow for a lot. Retractable landing gear, variable pitch propellers, complex multi-engines, even electrical power plants are now allowed. And of course, this expands sport pilot privileges as well. It's not only restricted to the aircraft building process, but what you as a sport pilot are going to be able to fly in, as long as it meets that 59 knots stall speed. So, Mosaic 59, what is Mosaic 59? This is the Tecnam's version of meeting this regulation. So, for us, what Mosaic is standing for is Modular Optimization of the Sport Aviation Initiative, and that K59 is going to stand for the 59 knot stall speed that all of our aircraft are going to be meeting here. So here's a quick video. If it plays, great. If not, I'll talk through something else, but really of what we're bringing to market here.
Tecnam is developing a complete Mosaic product line. The entry point is the P92, exactly as it is today, no redesign, no adjustment. Powered by the Rotax 912IS with 1,320 pounds maximum takeoff weight and a very generous payload, it already fits the category perfectly and represents one of the highest value for money light aircraft available on the market today. The P2008 will see further evolution, building on a heritage of more than 1,000 aircraft delivered worldwide. Starting from the certified platform, it will offer increased maximum takeoff weight up to 1,590 pounds. Two engine options, Rotax 912IS and Rotax 916IS. So, what does this mean in practical terms? Well, customers looking for incredible payload and fuel efficiency will likely go with the 912IS, while customers aiming for uncompromised performance and great payload can now choose the 916IS. This really marks a new era for one of the most appreciated light sport aircraft on the market. And if you believe we're missing a low wing in our fleet, just wait for the next one. The Astore, now relaunched as the Astore GT, has always been known for comfort, space, and elegant lines. With Mosaic, we can fully express its potential. Powered by the Rotax 916 with a maximum takeoff weight up to 1,590 pounds, optional parachute, and in-house developed air conditioning system, the Astore GT is positioned at the very top of its category. And we're not done yet. Tecnam has developed aerodynamic refinements, fully and easily retrofittable, that will allow the P2010 to meet the 59 knots stall speed requirements. This open access for sport pilot to a true four-seat aircraft, powered by the Lycoming IO360, the Lycoming IO390, or even the JRA-powered engine, the Continental CD170. This marks a major step for this segment. Finally, I would like to share a more personal thought. Until today, sport pilots, to remain fully compliant with the regulations, were limited to a very narrow selection of aircraft. With Mosaic, these limitations are finally removed. Pilots now have the opportunity to access a much wider range of aircraft, but only if OEMs are willing to invest the time, the engineering effort, and the responsibility to develop them with the high standards like Tecnam is doing. So far we have talked a lot about higher performance, bigger aircraft, and increased payload. But there is another question we asked ourselves. What about those pilots whose dreams is simply to continue flying twin-engine aircraft? Thanks to dedicated studies, design reviews, and targeted modifications, the LSA market will now welcome probably the only twin-engine aircraft compliant with Mosaic. The P2006 TNG, a fully certified platform powered by two Rotax 912IS engines, will fall under the new regulation and will be flyable by qualified sport pilots in line with current regulatory frameworks. This is not just a technical achievement, it's about giving pilots a real choice. And it clearly shows how Tecnam Aircraft intends to shape this new era of sport aviation.
So going a little deeper into the fleet that we are bringing to market, or kind of modifying to the market, is the first one at this deck here is our P92 Echo Mach 2. Now this is a plane that already exists today, and we are not adding any sort of modifications to it. It's quite a fantastic aircraft. Built to the 1,320 pounds already. And this is how it's going to remain. With a 540 pound maximum useful load, it's a very capable two-seat aircraft. It's just designed beautifully, and actually the very first aircraft that Tecnam has ever produced. So over 3,000 of these models are out there flying today. The next aircraft that is really going to be taking advantage of these Mosaic rules is our P2008. But we are taking this P2008 and making it the next generation version of this plane. We are adding options for a 916 engine We are adding options for our in-house air conditioning, and we are increasing that maximum takeoff weight quite a bit. We're estimating right now 1,590 pounds, but very likely it's going to be more than that. You know, that is going to increase the useful load by about 250, 300 pounds from what it already is, making it a incredibly capable two-seat aircraft that is going to have no restrictions as far as who you can carry, how much fuel you can carry, and what you can bring along with you. And with that 916 engine in this plane, it is going to be an absolute rocket to fly. Probably, you know, cruise speeds over 150 knots and better. So we're really excited to have this plane that is already such a staple here in North America and Europe. And finally, you know, we are relaunching the Astore as the Astore GT. You know, this aircraft was a plane that we brought to the U.S. market under these light sport rules that really suffered from that maximum takeoff weight restriction. But now with the 916 engine, we're going to see it go, you know, really become a superstar of this fleet. AC, parachute options with a 916 engine. Again, you know, you'll be flying this plane at 150 plus knots in cruise speed and have everything you're going to want as far as a pilot with all the creature comforts that you could imagine. Then the current aircraft that we have in our Part 23 fleet, we are going to be today a little bit too fast on that stall speed to fit in that category, but this is why we are coming with aerodynamic refinements to make sure the aircraft fits within those stall speed requirements, that 59 knot stall speed requirement. And these modifications are going to be fit for our P2010 four-seat aircraft, no matter what engine option you're flying with, whether it's the IO360, IO390, or the CD170 engine. They're all going to fit and be eligible for a sport pilot to fly. And along with that, we're going to be doing the same with our twin. You know, again, you know, with the Mosaic rules, there's no restrictions on the amount of engines that you're able to have for aircraft to fit in this category. We will really see how the rules actually finalize and develop. But as long as we are allowed to fly twins in this category, we have the proper modifications ready to bring to market to allow our P2006 NG to fit within those 59 knot stall speeds. That's has it for my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to field them.
Yeah, I'm shocked you had a twin. I didn't even know that would be a big Mosaic. But your aircraft 2010, you're going to change it. Can that be retroactive to one supply?
Absolutely. I can't go into all the details of the modifications we're doing, but you know, it's going to be relatively benign. We're so close there already. There will be a few mods added so that we can do what get those numbers and beyond some. All right. Thank you very much.
Jacob, thanks so much. And remember, we got a flying appointment coming up. All right, let me set this up properly here. And okay, next up with Bristell, Lou Mancuso, the landing doctor. How you doing, Lou?
Good. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Go for it.
Okay.
It's all yours.
Push the right button here, right arrow. What do we do? Right arrow. Oh, it's coming up over there. Okay, so what will Mosaic do for the Bristell? Before I get into that, I'd like to see if anybody has a specific question that they came to listen or learn about. No? Okay. So what will it do? The current Bristell that is, I'm just going to talk about my favorite Bristell because there's too many of them, too confusing. I'm going to go right to the LSA Bristell that is currently a 1320-pound plane. It's going to go to a 430-pound plane, a 110-pound increase for deliveries in August of this year. So with a 430-pound gross weight, they currently have an 850-pound empty weight which will give them a useful load of 580 pounds. If you put in 6 hours of gas, you'll have a 400-pound payload and be able to cruise 184 miles an hour. So what the Mosaic does, it allows us to put a retractable gear on a Bristell, which will pick up about 15 knots, and we'll have a Bristell that does 202 miles an hour in August. So that's the key thing. We're allowed to have constant speed props, and I've been testing the various constant speed props ahead of Mosaic passing by bringing them in as EEOs, experimental exhibition only, so I could put a constant speed prop. So the current plane I have on has a Duke 4-blade Tiger prop, and our fixed gear Bristell does 184 miles an hour with that prop on it. And then we have one that just arrived that has retractable gear, and I'll be testing that soon to see if it actually does the 202 miles an hour that I am expecting it to do. So this one up on the screen there climbs at 2,000 feet a minute and goes 200 miles an hour. So wanting to know what the performance would be on these planes, I took one and put 43 gallons of gas in it, the full tanks, luggage, and decided I would fly it from my Grass Airport in the Villages, Florida, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and I was going to try and see if I could do the 800-mile trip nonstop. So we went up to 18,000 feet. We put on portable oxygen. We brought the power back, so we were only burning about 5 gallons an hour, and we made it nonstop to Pennsylvania in 5.5 hours. When it was time to come back from New York to Florida, I said, well, we had a headwind, so there was no point in going up high. So we flew lower, had a headwind. We flew it burning 10 gallons an hour, and we did 3 hours and 15 minutes, stopped for gas, 3 hours and 15 minutes, total of 6 hours and 30 minutes from New York to Florida. And that's in the fixed gear version, and that one had 140 horsepower. Now we have 160 horsepower, retractable gear, and I'm hoping to be able to make it nonstop from Florida to New York with the new Bristell, and I think I will. And I'll be doing YouTubes to report to the public how I'm coming and how it's working out and what's happening. Along with the Mosaic, the Bristell has introduced the B-23, which is a 1,650-pound gross weight plane for the people that are looking for more weight. That plane has also been spin tested and can be flown IFR, and it's has a more rugged landing gear, has a longer wing, longer tail, taller fuselage, and it's a more robust plane, but it's about 20 miles an hour slower than our light sport because of the longer wing, bigger tail, and taller plane. So that's a rugged, nice plane, but my favorite plane is the light sport because it still weighs only 850 pounds, climbs faster, and goes faster. So that's pretty much what I have for you for today. Any questions about anything? No? Okay, good. Thanks for coming.
Alrighty, is Don Fielden here? Okay, he's next on the list, so I'm going to have to run through it. Okay, let me do that real quick. And Cub Crafter? Is Mike here with Cub Crafter? I thought I saw him here a moment ago. Okay. Beaver, you ready for me, man? Okay. Oops. Okay, I see what we're doing here. Beaver, you ready? There we go. Yikes. Long one. And here we go. Beaver, let's talk ultralights, buddy.
Thank you, Jim. So I guess I am in the food chain of aviation. I'm in the bottom, okay? And with the ultralights, that's my world. And so what I'm going to attempt to do is to see what is the correlation between Mosaic and the ultralights. And as the slide clearly states, is how does one affect the other? And I'm going to spend a little bit of time trying to show that. So first off, real simply, what is an ultralight? We get asked that a lot over here at the show. And basically every picture on this slide right here contains an ultralight aircraft. Whether it's a fixed wing airplane looking type, it's an airplane with a whirly wing on the top, or wires or hang gliding looking wing, all of these airplanes are an ultralight. One of the unique things about the ultralights are the operational restrictions that I want to touch on just for a base on how it blends in with the Mosaic is one, an ultralight is not an airplane, an ultralight is a vehicle. And they're subject to several operational rules, which we have showing up here. One, ultralight can only operate during daylight hours. That's it. So it's from sunrise to sunset is when we can operate. The airspace cannot be in any control, can only be in uncontrolled airspace. So there's no controlled airspace, which eliminates the communication issues. There are some allowances where an ultralight can operate in the controlled airspace. There's a lot of hoops and rivers to jump on that. And the biggest thing is for the operator must avoid creating a hazard to any person and property. I think that's pretty much reminiscent to all of aviation or pretty much anything that's on the planet. The vehicle itself, the content of the vehicle itself is one, it's a single seat, it's less than 254 pounds, the 5 gallons of fuel is the limit, and equal to or less than 55 knot max speed. That's the limit, that's the requirement that's put it. That's one of the simplest restrictions on anything that's pretty much flying that the FAA has something to say about. The operator, coincidentally, needs no pilot's license. That's this number. There is no medical requirement. That's also this number. And the biggest thing is there is no mandatory aviation training. Once again, that's this number. This is the FAA's requirements. This is not Beaver. Mosaic. So Mosaic, in its content, has absolutely no mention whatsoever of ultralight vehicles. There are, however, I feel, there are some residual effects to the ultralight community, hence why I am here. So basically, the ultralight owner is, contrary to popular belief, what people think, the ultralight operator are not aviators. They think they're somebody else. Contrary to popular belief, they are experienced aviators, most of which the people we talk to over here at this show are retired ATP. Just got finished talking to a 747 captain. They are ATP, no longer care to fly any passengers, and they still want to be able to fly in a simplified method. The seasoned GA pilot, for most of us that are here at this show, the GA pilot is looking for a simpler way just to fly in the afternoon. We've got the Bonanza, the Seneca, the Cathalon, the Pitts they can fly during the day, but they're looking for a simpler airplane to fly that doesn't have the buttons, bells, whistles, dials, gauges, levers, switches, all of these things that are on these airplanes, looking for a simpler type of airplane to fly, basic stick and rudder aviation. And then, of course, our last guy is the total new guy that wants to get involved in aviation and doesn't want to have the expense involved in aviation. He's looking for a aircraft to fly that's inexpensive to own. So that's where the ultralight comes in, and I'm going to blend this into Mosaic here in a second. The The issue that we have in the ultralights is training. Transitional training. At one time, the airplane on the screen, that's a two-place Quicksilver, and it actually was used as a two-place ultralight trainer at one time. However, in 2008 and finalized in 2010, the FAA killed the two-place ultralight trainer. Majority of our instructors faded away. They were operating under the two-place ultralight trainer exemption. They faded away. That left a huge hole in the training of these types of people. So the experienced pilots, what they're looking for today is transitional training. They can fly a Bonanza, they can fly a Cessna 182, but they have a really hard time getting a hang of a flying lawn chair. And that's where the hole is at right now in our training. The new pilots are looking for primary training. They're not looking for a license. They just want to be able to fly, come back to the ground, and reuse the airplane again tomorrow, provided it's not expensive or complex. It turns people away. They go away. That's what we see with the ultralight community. So now with the new Mosaic program, we have we have an abundance of sport plane CFIs. Several of the newer planes have very similar flight characteristics as what some of the lighter weight ultralights have. So we see a blend with that can be used for some training. The similarity may also open up a lot of doors where somebody gets a ride with a friend in a sport plane that falls under the Mosaic program. They say, I think I want to do this, but what's the least expensive or what's the simplest way that I can get involved with this and keep it in my backyard? That's where Mosaic comes in and helping with the ultralight community because it brought them in. The simplified requirements to become a sport pilot CFI, we're hoping is going to increase the number of sport pilot instructors that we have, and in turn, we'll go back to the slides before, these guys can then teach in that. One of the issues we have in the ultralight world, as in the sport plane experimental world, is maintenance. So in theory, many of the ultralight vehicles will utilize the same maintenance principles as the experimental amateur builds and the experimental light planes. Hopefully, Mosaic, with the programs that they're doing for training, the 2-day course, the multi-week course, is going to bring more training in this type of aviation to the front, because ultralights sorely are lacking the discipline for maintenance. We deal with that a lot as well. The fat ultralights are too heavy to be legal ultralights, and because they missed a grandfathering date back in 2010. However, contrary to popular belief, also there is a pathway for these aircraft to become legal operating light sport aircraft. That's still a way there. So Mosaic is kind of helping us with that a little bit. I am a contractor with the FAA, and I'm involved with a lot of those types of activities as well. So along with that, that should bring some of those old planes that missed a deadline back into the folds of active legal airplanes, and hopefully we can bring some of these instructors back to give us a hand with this training hole that we're experiencing right now. The pilot's license, as I said earlier, the ultralight operator is not required to possess any type of pilot's or operator's license. Should the ultralight operator decide to further his or her level of flying, the sport pilot rating is there. Now, even though they don't have any hours logged on their logbook, they have the training and the skill set, the motor skills, to go ahead and operate the aircraft, so they should move through the training program rather quickly, I think. Finding an operational sport pilot flight school, however, presents another set of challenges, and hopefully Mosaic is going to help fill that need as well. We're hoping. The ultralights have morphed and are going to continue to morph, Phil. And what we're hoping as an ultralight manufacturer, we're hoping that some of these designs will eventually morph up into the sport plane type category of airplane, and then that's going to open that world up, and then so we'll have the two-place aircraft, and then we'll have the single-place ultralight. So Mosaic is going to take care of the two-place, and then the ultralight is going to take care of the single-place, provided it meets the ultralight regulations. And so we're hoping that we're going to see some design blending, if you will, because contrary, the ultralight world has, my company at any rate, has going through an extensive amount of testing and development. Hopefully we can share some of that. In conclusion, the fact is ultralights, or Part 103, are not mentioned in any of the Mosaic content. The ultralight community welcomes the new simplified rules and regulations, many of which are just common sense, at least to me. The nature of ultralight flying has always been that of simplified aviation. We, the industry, do not see any harm or foul with the existence of ultralight Mosaic, the existence of Mosaic within the ultralight community, and we certainly welcome that. And with that, Jim, that concludes my presentation. Thank you, sir. I have a question on the floor. Good question. The question on the floor by an anonymous spectator is that we are experiencing right now in the ultralight industry a very large void in propulsion systems. Everybody knows that several years ago, Rotax completely, totally discontinued all of the two-stroke engines that were available. Many of the ultralight aircraft were designed around the engine propulsion system and their drive system. And when that source dried up, a big part of the ultralight manufacturers have almost dried up as well. Some of the diehards, like myself, that don't know any better, are staying within the industry trying to do it. But anybody out there that has any inkling on engines right now are the ultralight's biggest challenge, I guess, if you will, because we've always had to be creative in the past, and that creativity is continuing on. There are some very interesting looking prospects right now that are out there. So it seems like industry has recognized this void and appears to be stepping up. And I've spoken to two companies so far this year at Lakeland, and it's looking good. One of which is a USA company, the other is not. But yeah, thank you, Jim. That was a very important question, and it's very valid as well. So that is one of our challenges, one of our hurdles that we're trying to come across. Anybody else? Thank you, kind audience.
Okay. And as soon as we get the slide deck back in pace here, we're going to bring Don Fielden up the deck here. Be right there in just a moment, since I pulled everything out of the way. There we go. Next one is... Here we are. Back to Mosaic Day. Hooray, hooray. Okay, our next guest, a little bit out of order. But then again, he's always been out of order. Here we go. Don Fielden, Fielden Aero, and I assume you're here to talk about avionics.
And yep, a couple words about airplanes and how mosaics benefit us, and then avionics.
Go for it, buddy.
How do I flip the charts?
All you gotta do, see the little right button there?
Oh, even a colonel can figure that out. Okay.
Well, I've had a hard time with it, so who knows?
All right. Well, good morning. I thought it was going to be standing room only when people heard I was going to get up here and give a presentation, but obviously I've got an overinflated ego here. So, but anyway, for those of you who did come, I greatly appreciate you showing up for this. I'm also here with a friend of mine and partner, Mr. Mark Melliker. He's back there in the back. We'll bring him up to the front here in a little bit. My name is Don Fielden. I retired from the Air Force in 2019 and started a company called Fielden Aero, where we specialize in the manufacture and sales of kit planes, as well as we recently became an exclusive distributor for a European avionics company called Flybox Avionics. And we just did that about a year and a half ago. So I'm up here today to talk a little bit about how Mosaic has helped me as a business owner. So here are the three lines. So we aircraft kits, and then avionics, and then of course we do the builder support and aviation sales, service, and installation. I'll go through each of these products line here. So our two flagship products under Field and Aero is Avionics and Aero-Pup. And what Mosaic has done for us in Field and Aero is it certainly simplifies my production processes, which means we get to lower the cost of the kits we deliver to our customers, because now we only have to produce one kit versus doing a modification to a kit to make it compatible with LSA standards and able to be flown with the sports pilot certificate. So our Aero-Pup airplane over here has a gross weight of 1,650 pounds and flies at 120 miles an hour. And so it stalls at 35 miles an hour, but prior to the Mosaic, we could not offer that plane with those capabilities. We had to reduce the capabilities and package it up as a kit and distribute it to our customers. So now under Mosaic, I no longer have to worry about that. Our kit is Australian-based design kit, like an Australian bush plane. Given the Mosaic rules, we are now 100% compliant, and now we deliver one kit to all customers, which produces production cost savings to us and cost savings to our customer. Along with that, with the expanding market under Mosaic, we now offer it's now a good business sense for us to offer this line of avionics from Flybucks. The home company is out of Italy, and because of the new Mosaic changes, we decided to go ahead and go into business with these folks and then introduce a line of avionics here in the U.S. that nobody in the U.S. has heard of yet. But it's a very budget-friendly set of avionics, and you see from the screenshot here, lots of capabilities. It ranges from these single-function instruments you see here all the way up to full-fledged FS displays, 7.5-inch screen FS displays tied to a 2-axis autopilot. So all that the FS and the autopilot cost less than $5,000 to install in your airplane. So a wealth of capability, as you can see on the screen here, at a great price point, and we only did that because of the expanding marketplace that Mosaic provides us. Additionally, my friend back here, Mark Melliker, come on up. So he owns North American Eagle, and I partner with him to produce this kit called the Aqualay. It's a purpose-built STOL kit, short takeoff and landing, and like the Aero-Pup, with the new Mosaic rules, we now only have one airplane kit that we can produce and sell to our customers at a reasonable cost savings because of the new rules environment afforded to us by Mosaic. And of course, these airplanes here, you can now use the variable pitch props on them, which again improves the capabilities of the airplane at a reasonable cost only because of Mosaic. Anything? Did I miss anything?
No, just this design is a European-based Italian design. It's been flying for about 30 years in Europe. And we actually purchased the plans from the Italy-based company, and we are producing the whole aircraft in the U.S. now. So it's mainly the nose wheel in Europe, but we're offering nose and tail wheel. So it's a great product.
Good deal. All right, good. So that's Aqualay. So that's two airplane models that we have suddenly expanded our business because of Mosaic. And also back on the avionics side, if I was to, and you guys will have to tell me if I'm getting off my time here because I can talk forever. So on the Flybox avionics side, right here at Sun and Fun, we introduced a new avionics, a new instrument from Flybox. We don't have a picture of it here. It's that new. It's called SkySense, which it provides altitude, airspeed, vertical speed indication, as well as computes true airspeed for you, all in a single instrument that can fit in either a 2 1/4 inch instrument panel hole or a 3 1/8 inch panel hole. So that we just introduced it here at Sun and Fun. Deliveries for these products will begin about the June time frame of this year. Retails for about $600, so a wealth of capability for only $600. Again, all that's been that opportunity has been provided by this new Mosaic environment that we now operate in. So with that, I will hold. Is there any questions from the big audience here? All right. For those of you here at the site, we're at Sun and Fun site. We are in booth LP60 and LP61, just almost right across the street from here. So I'd like for you guys to come back. I invite you to come over and check us out and see what we got. And with that, I'll close my speech. I will say, Jim and Aero-News Network, thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate it. Okay. And then I do that.
Alrighty, a little bit out of order, but we're getting back on track here. And keep in mind that I'm taking questions from folks online, where we've got a pretty significant audience growing, and we appreciate those folks reaching out to me either directly by email or by text, and we're happy to get those questions forwarded to people. But now, let's take a look at Cub Crafters. Mike, take it away.
All right, I'm Mike Sasser from Cub Crafters. I'm one of the dealers. I got delegated this responsibility. We'd like to thank Jim and Aero-News for this opportunity to talk about the Mosaic. We're pretty fortunate. How Mosaic is affecting us is not much, because everything that we have is already eligible in Mosaic. So we're really not having to make any changes to our product lineup. For that, we've got the Carbon Cub UL already we can build in 1320 gross weight category. It's got the Rotax 916 engine setup on it. We can offer that in fixed pitch or constant speed prop setup on that. So that airplane, and really all 5 of our offerings that we offer from a factory standpoint, all of those aircraft are eligible for Mosaic. And then we have 3 different kit versions that we have that are also eligible as well. So, we're already in line with that from all of the parameters of the requirements for Mosaic, from a speed, weight, and just all of the different requirements there. So we're excited about it. We think that it is going to open up some opportunity for some of the different pilot sector groups out there, depending on what their needs are for different aircraft. So that works well for us as a manufacturer, OEM. We're not having to make big changes to try to mold something to come into this market, because we're already in that category with our parameters and our specifications. So that works well for us. The UL aircraft, our newest aircraft, that I'd invite you to come by and take a look at some recent changes we've made to that aircraft. We've incorporated some of the features from the previous models of the FX3, so we have a different aileron setup and we have a different stick setup in that aircraft. It's a really nice flying aircraft that meets all of the Mosaic category on that. So really our message on that is that we are already aligned with everything that we need to be for the Mosaic. Our offerings are all there, and we're here at the show. We're pretty much on the main square there out in front of the first building there. So come by and see us, and thanks again, Jim, for hosting us and letting us here. Any questions? Say that again. Okay, the question is the differentiation between the UL model and the rest of the Cub Crafter lineup. So the UL is, we offer it in 1320 gross weight or 1865 gross weight. We can build that in 2 different categories: Rotax powered 916, G3X setup with the Garmin autopilot setup on there for avionics. The next aircraft in the lineup would be our FX2, and that would be a CC340 Lycoming, Continental powered aircraft with a fixed pitch prop. That aircraft we can also build it in 1320 as well, or we can build it in 1865 gross weight. And then the next lineup would be the FX3, and that aircraft is powered by a CC363 engine. That's a Lycoming built IO360 variant, basically. Constant speed prop with that aircraft has the Hartzell Trailblazer constant speed prop and a light speed electronic ignition. 2,000 pound gross weight on that aircraft. The next one would be the X-Cub lineup, and that X-Cub is a 2,300 pound gross weight airplane with a CC393 power, a Lycoming IO390 variant on that, and we offer that airplane in multiple landing gear configurations. It comes in the nose wheel version, 2 different tail wheel versions, and then we also offer a float package for that, and you can also put it on skis. So that's kind of a rundown of the different models, ranging from the 1320 gross weight all the way up to a 2,300 pound gross weight, and all of those models would meet Mosaic. Okay, kit offerings, we offer the EX2 and the EX3. Those kits are exact specs of the FX2 and the FX3. Average build time on those kits is 800 to 1,200 hours on that. It's a very complete kit. You're truly not going to be doing a bunch of fabrication work with that kit. It's going to be assembly type work and obviously fabric and paint type work on that. But all the hardware's there on that kit. You don't get a shopping list with the kit. It's a turnkey kit, and it's a very nice kit from a kit standpoint on the kit market. It's not a lot of fabrication work. It's mostly assembly type work. Any other questions? Thank you, guys. Appreciate the time.
Thank you much. Next on the deck, our friends from Gleim. And by the way, we have a additional attraction that are joining us here in a minute, because Steve Wood with the Spirit Engineering folks who flew in the Spirit SE-1 all the way from Colorado not only brought the airplane, but he's going to pull it, folding wings and all, into the tent here in a minute. So that's going to make for a nice backdrop. Alrighty. Ryan, it's all yours, buddy. Right click, get you through the slides.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Jeff. I'm the Chief Instructor at Gleim Aviation. And I'll be talking about something a little bit different when it comes to Mosaic. I'm going to talk about training and opportunities that are available for students and also flight schools. So let's move on to the first slide. So Mosaic is here. And are you taking advantage of it? So how pilots and flight schools can capitalize on the biggest sport pilot expansion in decades. I've already done this presentation earlier in the week at the innovation preview, but I'm going to take a different approach here and try to go through each slide. If there's any questions, just let me know and I'll try to answer it. So the big shift, we all know that Mosaic was implemented, and it is the largest expansion of sport pilot privileges in decades. Broader access to aviation and more aircraft are eligible. So what this actually means, if you think about for flight schools, there are a lot of flight schools are already fitted with aircraft that can actually train a sport pilot pathway. So something that I have been hearing are flight schools. I work with a lot of flight schools working on their 141 approval processes and how they can set up their operations and training and curriculum. Something they can do to manage attrition rates would be to actually create a sport pilot path. So they do have a lot of private pilot students. Not a lot of them actually complete the private pilot training course. So then they kind of lose that student after that, right? But an opportunity would be to start a sport pilot pathway and have those students get certification with less hours and in the sport certificate. So larger pool of potential pilots, new entry points into aviation, expanded training pathways, and increased demand for sport pilot programs. We all know that. So the problem is basically what I've just stated. Schools aren't prepared to adapt. That's what I've come to learn. It's not that difficult. So GLIME does have a sport pilot syllabus, and it is Part 141 ready. So we have some schools that have implemented that, and if you want to get a sample of that, just reach out to us and we can provide that to you. Training materials, after the Mosaic change that was implemented in October, it's difficult to find. So what we did in the last several months was try to rush and put out updated content in our knowledge test prep book, our flight maneuvers books, anything that is sport related. And we also have some development in the technical areas in terms of simulation. So I'll talk about that in a second. So the cost of inaction, I've already mentioned the attrition rate that schools have. So instead of the 40 hours for private pilot, now they can do it in 20. And it's not that difficult. Schools don't have to purchase a sport plane if they don't want to. In certain configurations, a Cessna 172, Piper Cherokee can do so. So they just have to implement some sort of curriculum and pathway to control that attrition rate. Yeah, and you don't want to be falling behind more prepared schools. There are some schools that have reached out and tried to establish a sport path, even though they haven't done that before. So what's the opportunity? Pre-Mosaic, limited aircraft. I don't have to mention this to the group that is probably watching. Everybody knows this. Day VFR only. With Mosaic, you could do night flying with an endorsement after additional training. Broader operational flexibility and training pathways. Anything I'm missing here? Yeah, and remove weight limits, and it's all performance-based now, right? So the quick key question, how can you take advantage of Mosaic today? So what schools need and individuals need for their training for a sport pilot certificate would be something that's fully aligned with Mosaic, which we've tried to accomplish before Sun and Fun, and we've done that. Clear structured learning pathways and tools that reduce confusion and accelerate progress. And that last bit, we can also use simulation. So yeah, that's where GLIME comes in. We have a complete sport pilot ecosystem, fully updated for Mosaic, built for both individuals and flight schools. Just like our other certificate levels as well, private pilot, instrument, commercial, we've done the same thing for sport. So the path is pretty simple, just like everything else. You start, you train, you practice, you go through assessment, through testing, and then you finally sit for your check ride. And for us, there are three main buckets here. We have the knowledge side of things, the simulation, and maneuver. So knowledge, we want something that's updated with Mosaic, something that's comprehensive, covers everything, prepares you for knowledge testing, and then also test prep repetition, right? And then simulation, we have structured and targeted flight simulation courses. For sport pilots specifically, there will be a virtual instructor. I'll talk about that in a second. And you can also use simulation for procedural flows and familiarization of the aircraft. Maneuvers, so in terms of studying maneuvers, a lot of that work is also done on the ground. We want to learn what the allowances are, how the maneuver is actually visualized, and we were able to do that really well in our sport pilot flight maneuvers book that covers every single PTS item. We also have some common errors in those flight maneuvers books as well. So here are our ground training products. So we have the online ground school, comprehensive and structured. We have moved it to our new platform now. Our new online ground school has better graphics, has videos, and is very well structured. We also have it for Part 61 and 141. So if you want to implement in a 141 program, we can do that as well. Our knowledge test prep book, like I said, everything has been updated with Mosaic. We actually also specify what's been implemented in October and what will be implemented in July, so there's no confusion there. And in our FAA test prep online are the question banks, and we've included questions from the Mosaic changes. So yeah, mentioning simulation earlier, we have the GLIME X-Plane flight training course, which is actually a plugin that sits on top of X-Plane. You can use it on a laptop if you have X-Plane. We can also provide an X-Plane key for you, and you just need to have the hardware And the X-Plane flight training course is great because there is a virtual instructor on the system, on X-Plane, and it will go through the entire sport pilot syllabus with you. So very much alike to a student who walks into a flight school and wants to do sport pilot training, we've taken that and we've made that completely virtual. So the virtual instructor will speak to you. You'll be able to read it on screen as well, and it'll tell you what altitude to fly, what direction to head towards, and it'll also grade you. At the very end, you can see a report on how well you've done. How you're graded primarily is based on infraction time. So meaning if you are out of tolerance, meaning your altitude is too high or too low, heading's out of tolerance, it'll start counting that infraction time. So the goal here for every, actually I just had an instructor come by and demo it. The goal is for a student to have 0 infraction time for a particular lesson, right? So in my personal experience, I have used it in training a student, and that student was struggling with her landings, actually. So what I did was, let's pull out the report, and I read the report, and her infraction time just kept repeating the same thing, heading, 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 heading. So to me, it seemed like she wasn't actually scanning her instruments correctly. So taking that report, I told her, okay, I asked her, how are you scanning your instruments? She's not paying attention too much to the heading indicator. So I told her to spend a bit more time looking at that, and that could probably fix her landings, because everything else was great. So we did that, and she was paying attention to the heading indicator, and now she's on the right path all the way down to the runway, and her landings were better. So that's how you as an instructor or a flight school can use a program like that. So it's all scenario-based, it's guided. Emergency procedures are in there too. The course may surprise you. There might be an engine out situation where you have to come in and land if you can make it back to the runway. Some scenarios where you don't have to make it to the runway as long as you can get the aircraft down safely. That'll be in there as well. So it's a great way to learn, and the best part about it is you as an instructor, you don't have to be there. You can let the student fly whenever they're available, and you can come back and just look at the report and assess in the next lesson you have together with the student. So this helps, right, because it bridges knowledge and real-world flight, and it's also virtual. You have the safety and comfort of flying, in the comfort of a simulator. So check ride preparation, something I've kind of touched on earlier. We have a flight maneuvers and practical test prep book. Every PTS item is visualized and explained and organized in a very intuitive way. A lot of common errors that we've gotten from, we are a team at Gleim, we're a team of instructors as well. So a lot of our input goes into that book from our past students. And then we also get feedback from a lot of schools and a lot of students that use our products. And we include some of that because it could benefit everybody else in the future who is going to go through a program like that uses ours. So our FAR AIM as well, 2026 FAR AIM, if you're a NAFI and SAFE member, we are giving that out at our booth for renewing and new members. So come by, have a look at it. We have a ton of them, and I don't really want to take them home. So if you can come pick it up, that would be great. So in terms of the ecosystem, there's two main pathways. We have the Sport Pilot Kit. The Sport Pilot Kit is basically just a box, and it has all the books, all the online programs, and you have some tools too. You have an E6B, a plotter, a logbook. So if you're a school and you want an all-in-one system that includes the syllabus, you can purchase Sport Pilot Kits for your students, and it includes everything that they need. And then some programs like to do ground training on their own, not the online platform. Well, we have something for that too. Where are you going to get your questions, right? Are you going to go into the FAA books and handbooks and try to create questions yourself? Well, you don't have to, because Gleim, we've been around almost 50 years, and we have our database of questions. So that's what AvLearn is. You can get access to that in a very affordable price. And all those questions you can create quizzes, you can create homework, you can even print it out, and then you can see what your students are graded in AvLearn. If you use something like Blackboard or Canvas, if you're more like a college and university, AvLearn is also able to integrate with that. So it's scalable, and it supports a growing demand of training, specifically in the sport pilot realm. So for flight schools, if you're a flight school, go ahead and launch and expand sport pilot programs, and we want to help you out. That's basically what I do. I work with flight schools every day. Standardized training for Mosaic, with Mosaic aligned materials, and scale efficiently with structured systems, and I can definitely help you do that. And for aspiring pilots, we can provide a clear, faster training path, less confusion in navigating Mosaic changes. We can very clearly explain to you through our materials what has changed and what you can and can't do. And then you'll have confidence going into exams and check rides. So Mosaic created opportunity, and we at Climb, we want to help you capture it. So we're located in Hangar C, Booth 40 if you're here in person, and we're here with a pretty big team. We have Serenity, our FERC administrator here. We have Garrett Gleim, our president, in the back. We're happy to talk to you. We'll be here all week. Thanks very much. Yeah, you got a question? So one thing I can suggest so the question was for people who have been out of aviation and want to get back into sport pilot. I think our X-Plane flight training course is a great way to start, and it's affordable. I believe it is less than $100, and as long as you have a laptop and you have X-Plane, once you install it, you'll basically be going through our entire private pilot syllabus. It's kind of getting like a refresher without an instructor there with you, right? So using that program, and then eventually finding an instructor in a school that will go through the entire syllabus. So if you'll be ready, you'll understand what the different requirements are, and hopefully you'll be able to get your sport pilot certificate. Got any other questions? All right. There you go, Jim.
Ryan, thank you very much. Okay, the schedule's been mixed up a little bit here, so I just want to make sure that we've got things arranged as properly as we can. Are the folks from Synergy Air here? Excellent. Okay, tell you what, you're on deck. Let me get this lined up for you. Yeah, we had a little bit of a one late, one early, one later, one earlier than that. So we put that together a little bit. And here we go. It's all yours.
Thanks, Jim.
Good to see you, Guy. All you got to do is hit that to progress.
Okay.
It's all yours.
Appreciate you.
Go for it.
Hey, good afternoon. Sorry to just jump on this with you guys, so we'll kind of get started. I'm with Synergy Air, and what we actually focus on is experimental aircraft kit building. We're a build assistance center. So what we're actually all about is helping you get flying. And one of the things that we want to kind of emphasize today a little bit about is letting folks know where we're located. We have a facility in Eugene, Oregon. That's where we originally were founded. And then in 2018, we opened up another facility in Noonan, Georgia. Synergy Air South, so it's there about 45 minutes south of Atlanta. And what we do is we just have qualified A&P mechanics that know kit aircraft, and we can help you finish your kit depending on where you're at, wherever you are in your construction, and be able to let you know what we can do to, either help accessorize your kit, get you finished, and get you flying. That's our main purpose at all over all of the various kit builds. Just to give you an idea of who we work with from some of the kit manufacturers, Vans, of course, is one of the biggest leaders in kit aircraft right now, and that's the majority of the work that we provide. But we're also familiar with the Sling. We've worked with Bearhawk, Titan. We've even built a Safari helicopter. You can see that down there. And we have a really good relationship with almost all of our the accessories and the manufacturers that will help accessorize your kit. One of the things that we'd like to be able to offer is you don't know what you don't know, so go ahead and get engaged, talk to us, and if you have an idea about how you'd like to have your aircraft equipped, that's certainly what we want to be able to do. So if there's questions you have about how long the build's going to take, what are some of the things I'm going to need, what am I looking at with power plants, just to let you know, we're working with Delta Hawk right now with the first diesel-equipped RV-14, and that aircraft is flying. And so we want to be able to help you navigate the system and make sure you're building the aircraft, the type of aircraft that you desire. when you're getting into engaging with building the aircraft. Some of the questions that we often get tasked with about what it looks like to build an aircraft. One is that savings over certified aircraft. Right now, we probably need to take a look and see if these numbers, again, need to be updated. But you can see that a Cessna 172 new off the line is going to be better than $400,000. Cirrus, the SR-22 is usually, right now I think they're actually approaching $1 million for what we would consider a vanilla SR-22. So any accessories over and above that are going to be a considerable cost for you to be able to buy brand new. So there's certainly savings to be had by buying the kit. Depending on where you're at right now, an RV14 kit out of Vans, if you're not using the quick builds, around $60,000, and that gets you through almost all the kits, including the finish kit, to start building your airplane. We have maintenance listed there and indicated, and that may or may not change depending on what we're going to see with the Mosaic. Right now, the way the rules are structured, that if you want to get your repairman certificate, you need to go through the build process. But that's one of the benefits we also understand with Mosaic is you're going to be able to have an opportunity to attend a course and be qualified to work on your airplane, on other experimental aircraft. And I think really the one benefit about that, what we're hopeful for, is that it'll give customers or builders an opportunity to be able to recognize their limitations and be able to say, hey, this is an area where I feel comfortable, I can work on the aircraft. But with a lot of modifications and improvements that are available, hopefully putting people in a situation where they recognize maybe I need to get a little bit extra support, someone who knows aircraft, especially experimental aircraft, and I can reach out maybe to somebody like Synergy Air to help them, help me get through some of these questions with the aircraft. The knowledge base, certainly if you know if you build your aircraft ITs, that the second one is always faster. But really you're in a position when you build your own airplane to know better about the systems and how everything is going to go and put together, and really how to diagnose and work on your aircraft as you go through it. Personalization is a big deal also. Most of my customers, when they come through, have been looking at the used market for some time, and what they end up looking for is that I bought a plane that maybe checked 7 of the 10 boxes of what I really wanted, but we also know that if we can actually help you build your plane, we can build it to your specifications and that fits your flight profile. Some of the cons we know associated with building an airplane, obviously it takes a while. It can take a long time to build. It actually tests your patience. But we also know that it can be used for commercial purposes, the experimental certification only. One of the good things coming out of the Mosaic that we're excited about is the elimination of the letters of deviation authority. So it appears right now that we're going to be in a situation where LOTAs are no longer required in order to get transition training, and you can actually compensate a qualified pilot to help you get transition training. And they're hoping that if these aircraft fall into the light sport category, some of the additional models, then now they can do some flight training, and it can be a real benefit, a boon, similar to what the RV-12 looked like. And now they're going to be a little bit faster, can carry a little bit more weight, and actually be a benefit to some of the flight schools as far as low maintenance or low cost of maintenance. Another con is some of the mistakes that we also see when you're a builder. If you make a mistake, it can be costly and timely money. One of the things that we want to be able to let you know is that using somebody who's been through that process, like Synergy Air, we can help you mitigate that. Some of the cons that if you've been in the used market and taken a look at it, some of the resale value, many of you have looked at good airplanes, good used airplanes, and you know the difference between a good used airplane and somebody who maybe that was their first build. And there's a benefit to using somebody like Synergy when you get to the point for resale value, when you look to maybe move on and get that next aircraft built and looking for the sale. And the quality of your build, they're really well engineered, all the kits. But we also encourage you to use somebody who's kind of been that process, through that process before. These are some of the classes that we strongly encourage first-time builders to take a look at. The fundamentals of building. It's a weekend. We'll buy you lunch. Come in, get your hands on all the different tools that you're going to use through a kit build process, and really find out, hey, do I have the patience, the time, and can I develop the skills to build this airplane and see it through to completion. One of our metrics so much that we track, that if somebody gets through a fundamentals of building class and goes on to the empennage class, we've gotten feedback from kit manufacturers that they recognize that using our classes, they sell the next successive kit, if that makes sense. So it always starts with an empennage kit almost across the board, but builders who have used our classes and gone through it, they buy that next kit. They buy the fuselage kit, they buy the wing kit. They're going to finish that airplane, and you're not going to see one of those empennage kits started for sale on barnstormers. This is one of the best head starts we can give folks for being able to finish their airplane and have the confidence that they're building a quality airplane and they're going to get through the process and be successful. These are some of the services that we offer, just so that everybody understands. Consultation and mobile services. If you have already started your kit, and I said in the beginning, it doesn't matter where you are in the process. If you've gotten to a spot where you're not making any more progress, you can't get over the hump, let us know. If you give us enough time and enough information, we can send somebody to you, and we can get you to the position where you can actually have a technician side by side. Hey, help me get through this next stage. We're going to get it done. We're going to get you back on track. And oftentimes, if we say, hey, we need a couple days, we're going to get knocked out what's been giving you grief, such that we can oftentimes work on something else. So we're willing to be able to do that. Full build assistance, what that means is we're actually able to take you from start to finish. And when I say finish, through DAR certification and through first flights. We have all the contacts with the people that we know and trust to get you, get that aircraft to that next stage and actually flying. Partial build assistance, really what that means is it doesn't mean if you start with me, you have to stay. But what I will tell you is we'll have a conversation. If you're planning on taking it home, you've got to convince me that you've got a plan to be able to finish that airplane. Because I don't want to see that aircraft for sale on barnstormers because you hit a wall and you're not getting it done. We can also take the kit inventory, prep and prime it. That's one of our benefits, our specialties. A lot of the kits will come with the hardware and all the parts mixed and not primed, such that you need to be able to do. So even before you start building, there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done. And one of the things we want to be able to offer is we can get that kit inventoried, let you know or identify what parts might be missing, get the kit primed so that when it arrives to you, you're ready to start putting rivets together. Kit conversions, we can also build your standard kits up to quick build status. When Vans and some of the other manufacturers were struggling with supply chain issues, they would sell a lot of the standard kits so guys could get those early, but they were also recognizing that if I have to build a wing from scratch, it's taken quite a bit of time, and I'm not really comfortable with fuel tanks. So that was one of the benefits that we were able to help some of our builders with. The same for quick build conversions. Maintenance and repair, there's not a lot of folks that understand kits and experimental aircraft that are out there, or they're not comfortable working on them. If you're in a situation where maybe you've purchased an aircraft and you'd like to have some help getting through that first annual or condition inspection, let us know. We also do a lot of work on avionics upgrades. That's some of the, kind of the evolution of some of these older kits. There's newer stuff out there, and we want to be able to offer being able to get your aircraft up to speed to where you want to be able to do it. How are we doing on time, Jim? We're good? All right. And additional assistance, one of the things that we've been taking a look at now, we definitely offer out of our Georgia location and Eugene, is the extended range tanks available for the RV10 and for the RV14 right now. We can help you build those. Take your old tanks out, put the new tanks on, and make sure that we're getting those leak tested. And interior painting is something that a lot of, unfortunately, is something that you don't know about until you're kind of late in the game. So we want to be able to let you know that you get to a certain stage, you can get the fuselage to us. We'll paint your interior for you. It's a pretty reasonable price. It's protected, and now you can continue to move forward before it gets too terribly complicated. This will just give you kind of an idea of some of the quality that we're able to produce. That's an RV7 that was finished in 2018. That aircraft has been at Oshkosh, and it's also been here at Sun and Fun. Won both awards here at Oshkosh and in Sun and Fun. And that's the RV7A. This is an RV8A that actually won the Stanzik, I'm probably saying that incorrectly, but for outstanding design contribution. And this was a Delta pilot, and he actually designed a fire suppression system that won the Innovation Award. But he'll probably be the first one to tell you that had I tried to do that on my own without having somebody with the experience that Synergy had to help me integrate that into the engine and the airframe system, would have been very, very difficult, and certainly would have turned out as nice as it did like that. And just last year, this is Cray Ellis's RV10, and he is here this year, but his RV10 won the Grand Champion. Prior year to that, he was reserve Grand Champion. Very nice RV10, spared no expense. But with our help, he was able to get to where he's at today and the quality of his build. I indicated earlier what we're working on, and we're at the booth this year, right across from Delta Hawk, is we have the first flying diesel-powered RV-14 that is actually starting to generate hours, getting numbers as far as performance. And this was a cooperation that we had with Delta Hawk Engines. Really good partner, but this is a game changer for the evolution of what diesel-powered aircraft is going to look like on experimental airplanes. Just to let you know that our next step is the RV-10, and then certainly after that, the RV-15. The engine that's available now on the Delta Hawk 14 is the 400 series engine that's going to have 180, 205, and 235 horsepower options, and that's going to fit the bill for all three of those platforms. We're really excited about what this is going to look like for the future of aviation, and starts to give us some options considering what the fuel system is going to look like in the future, and the potential loss of low lead fuel and the quality of the integration and the operation. That's what we're looking at right now. A little bit about how to locate us. Please take a picture, look at that. We're actually at Northeast 44 and 45, I want to say. I apologize if I got that wrong, but if you can find the Delta Hawk booth, we're literally right across the road from them. If you have any questions about the quality and what we're able to produce when we get there. So that is my presentation. I know I kind of rallied through it pretty quick, so maybe we've got a few minutes for questions. Yes, Jim. That's a good point. Pre-buy inspections are certainly what we offer, and what we always want to talk about there when we're looking at pre-buys is the caveat that this isn't a condition inspection when we're getting the aircraft. We go through as much as we can see with removing what panels, what we have available. But we do the best we can and give you an idea of the quality of the workmanship. We can't verify whether or not the engine's making the kind of power that we just can't do that. But one of the things that we do offer is, hey, if we feel this is a good purchase for the price, the quality, it's sound, there's a couple things that maybe we'd work on. We also encourage guys, hey, get this aircraft. If you're flying it, bring it to us for a condition inspection, and then we can go through it, and then we can catch everything. But we're looking for service bulletins and going through that way. And that kind of brings me up to kind of the whole point of what we're talking about with Mosaic. We're actually really pretty excited about what can happen as far as the availability of more models to be able to build from start to finish. And that's where we're really excited about someone like Synergy Air that's in a position probably better equipped than most to be able to build an aircraft really probably pretty quickly. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, there's not much that we won't take a look at, and like I said, I built a Safari helicopter. I don't know if I'll do that again, but if you have a kit that you're working on right now that's outside of the, the big three, give us a call. Let us know. The only caveat I have is we may not be able to give you a solid, firm, hey, this is how long it's going to take. We just don't have that experience on it, but we've built slings, the RANs, the S21. We've gone through the Sonex. That's actually another benefit is what's happening with Sonex. We want to make sure that there's some builders out there that may be stuck. We want to be able to finish them up, help them get through it. So if you have a kit, even something that you're looking at that maybe they haven't built very many of them. As long as we take a look at it and they've got a really good, I want to say just a pretty good set of instructions. And my advice always when I talk to somebody about that is, are you getting support out of the manufacturer? And if the answer is yes, then let's go. You know, as long as there's something that comes up that maybe we have to figure out or interpret and we can get a hold of the manufacturer, then we're going to go through and we're going to get that kit finished. That's one of the, like I said, we can come to you depending on your level of completion or where you're at. But I will tell you the best success, if you don't have the wings on, is get it to one of our facilities because we have all the tools dedicated. And what's difficult sometimes if we come up, maybe there's something that we don't have if we're on site with you and we get stalled out. We can bring a lot of tools. I even have a truck that we send out to be able to kind of hope we're going to be able to get through what you're working on. But if it's fiberglass or canopy or things like that, or something that, you know, is a little bit more involved, more engaged, we really kind of want to encourage you to get that plane to us. And then we can go through it tip to tail. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, and depending on how far along you are, yeah. Okay, perfect. Don't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I would probably tell you, depending on where you're at and and if you have everything, that's even better. But maybe we can help you kind of decide, you know, hey, how you want to get this equipped and kind of point you in the right direction for some of that. Yep. Yep. Right. That's our best way. That's our best suggestion to be able to get that done. Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you. Appreciate much. All righty, folks. Let me set this one up for our next guest because we've had a few things out. Oh no, we're in line. Who knew? There we go. All right. If you've been up on the other side of the field drooling over the biplanes or the Junkers or some of the other things that we've seen from Demor or Waco, depending on who you're talking about, this is a guy you need to hear about. So let's take a look at what Waco and Demor are doing right now. Welcome. Thank you. Ryan, introduce yourself. Click the right and move through.
You got it. Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan. I work with Demor Group. I've been with them for about a year and a half now. We're based out of Battle Creek, Michigan, and another factory over in Germany. We produce the YMF-5, the Great Lakes biplane, and Junkers A50. I'm just here to talk to you all a little bit about how Mosaic has affected us. So first, you know, I just want to say, you know, we do express that you get the pure freedom to fly out of our aircraft, you know, and it's just, they're great planes to fly, and under Mosaic you do get the opportunity to fly all of them on a light sport license. So I believe this is a video, just brief overview of the company and our aircraft.
Inspired by aviation history, fueled by innovation, the Demor Group is emerging as the world leader in classic aircraft production. Once lost, Waco, Great Lakes, and Junkers aircraft are now being reborn for a new generation. Step into the golden age of aviation. The Waco YMF-5 and Great Lakes are recreations of the iconic 1930s open cockpit biplanes, reimagined for today. To pilot these aircraft is more than just flight, it's pure aviation. Slide into the cockpit of the YMF-5, engage the starter, and hear the roar of a Jacobs radial engine, giving you 300 horsepower with a Hallmark soundtrack. Built to handle light aerobatics, room for up to 3, and options for land or water runways, the YMF-5 is built for those who live to explore. harking back to a time when barnstormers graced the skies. The Great Lakes by Waco is a timeless fusion of classic aviation design and modern performance. It's powered by a 180 horsepower Lycoming engine and fully aerobatic certified with inverted fuel and oil systems. The Great Lakes is built to experience the thrill of three-dimensional freedom. The Waco YMF-5 and Great Lakes aircraft, built by artisans, flown by purists. To fly a Junkers aircraft is to fly a piece of aviation history. Elegant and timeless design pairs with the innovation and technology of today, including modern safety features such as a ballistic parachute to yield a masterpiece for the ages. Handcrafted from corrugated aluminum, the A-50 Junior revives the world's first sport plane from 1929. With updated design and modern tech, it's a timeless classic, rebuilt for today's pilot as a premier light sport aircraft. With an open cockpit and a front row view of its radial engine, the A-50 Heritage delivers a raw, authentic flying experience, just like the aviation pioneers once had. Each Demor Group aircraft is built to order, offering a unique combination of nostalgic charm and modern performance. With a wide range of customizable features and avionics packages, your aircraft is as individual as you are. Own the sky. Own a legend. Demor Group. Flying in its most beautiful form.
So that was a little overview of our aircraft, and I'm just going to dive a little bit deeper into them. First on our list here is the YMF-5. The YMF-5 is the largest biplane we produce. It is off the original type certificate, so it is the 1935 YMF-5. It has been modified slightly. You know, we've raised the tail wheel up a little bit. It's got a different engine on than the original one did. It currently has the 300 horse Jacob engine on the front of it. But, you know, we just want to highlight that this is not a replica because it is a continued production off that type certificate. Another thing I want to bring attention to is we're still making these by hand. You know, if you ever want to come to our factory and see it for yourselves, I will happily give you that tour and show it to you. They are still handcrafted. We have amazing people working on these aircraft. We have one person in our factory, Mary, who's been hand stitching our wings for 30 years. Dennis is an amazing woodworker, and you know he handcrafts all of our wings with his staff, and it's just an amazing group we have that builds these aircraft. And you know, I also want to bring to your attention that it does stall at 51 knots. So under Mosaic, as a light sport pilot, you can operate this aircraft now, and so it is probably, in my opinion, the boldest aircraft you can possibly fly under Mosaic. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of other options out there for an open cockpit biplane under this new era. You know, and then I just want to talk a little bit about the aircraft itself. You know, it's just my experience too. It's a blast to fly. You truly do feel what's happening around you. You feel the air flowing past you, and you can actually smell the difference when you're flying over land, over water. And, you know, if you choose to fly over somebody's neighborhood at about 1,000 feet, about 5:30 on a Friday, you're going to smell what everybody's cooking for dinner. I mean, it's an amazing experience. It is just an awesome airplane. The next one I wanted to talk about here is going to be the Great Lakes. If I can get it. There we go. So the Great Lakes is, again, an aircraft that we produce that now you can operate under Mosaic. And the cool thing about it is a fully aerobatic aircraft, meaning to my knowledge, there is no restriction on aerobatics under Mosaic. So you can go up in this aircraft, have fun, do the loops, do the rolls, really experience aviation in its grassroots form. And this aircraft in particular was designed to be an aerobatics trainer. So it's going to be a little bit more forgiving. The 180 horsepower engine on it, it's the perfect engine for this aircraft to just kind of learn. And the +5, -4 Gs, so you can pull off just about any maneuver that you're looking to pull off. Obviously, I would recommend getting training before going out and just doing aerobatics in this aircraft. But that said, it is an absolutely wonderful aircraft. I have flown this aircraft. It's probably the second most hours I have in one of our aircraft. But it is an absolute blast to go up there, mess around in it, pull some hard turns, and just, again, get back to that grassroots. I also want to tell you, just because it is a trainer, how exceptionally forgiving this aircraft is. It was designed to break itself out of stalls. It's nose heavy a little bit. So if you ever get into that spin situation, it is going to try to pull itself down. It is just a wonderful aircraft. And then the last aircraft I wanted to draw attention to here today is going to be the A50 Junior, which we have over at our booth, which is we brought the A50 back to life. I mean, that's what it is. It's a model of the A50 from 1929, which the aircraft was originally designed to be a tailwheel trainer back in 1929. It was designed by Hugo Junkers and his staff. And our owner, Dieter Morschek, is a proud, proud man, and he wanted to bring back a part of his German heritage, which was Junkers. So the original plane we brought back was the F-13, which was their predecessor to the Ju-52. And then the next aircraft he really wanted to bring back to service was this A-50. It's an icon of the skies. It's an absolutely wonderful aircraft. And then we actually have a relationship with the original Junkers family. His great-granddaughter makes watches in Germany, and so she made us 29 watches to go with the first 29 of these aircraft. So you get something that goes with the aircraft from the original family. It's just a piece of history. This aircraft was designed as a light sport aircraft, and so you could fly it before, you can still fly it. And I can tell you from experience, this is the one that I have the most time in of our three. And this aircraft is an absolute hoot to fly. I honestly like to say it behaves almost like a glider in the sky. We were flying it from the Midwest Aviation Expo in Southern Illinois back to our home base in Battle Creek, Michigan. And the whole way, I just had the power pulled back. We were just riding thermals the whole way back. It was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, some of the most fun I've ever had flying an airplane. And I could talk your ear off for probably a half hour, and I know I have to keep it somewhat short. But it's just, there's nothing else like it, and it's got that corrugated skin, which was German designed back in the 20s, adds a lot of strength to the skin itself. And if you stop by our booth, which I very much encourage you to do, if you actually look in the cockpit, you'll notice there are no longerons at all in the aircraft. It's just bulkhead and skin, and it's because the skin itself provides so much strength. You don't need the longerons to support the structure of the frame. And you also notice that there's only 6 ribs in each wing, and I mean that's 12 ribs for 30 feet of wing. I mean it's truly a marvel of engineering. And again, I could talk all day about this, but I would like to, I guess, open it up, see if there's any questions about our company, the aircraft, or anything I can answer for you. Yes. We are. So it's not something that we're openly advertising right now, but that said, if somebody wanted one, we would still build it for them. It's a really cool airplane, and I mean, it's an absolute beast. It's fun to see, and I have not gotten the chance to go up in one of those yet, but I am desperate to if our next one that we're hopefully going to build for a client. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time, everyone. If you do have any other questions that pop up, I would love to talk to you more. We are inside the convention area there, so if you just want to stop by Waco, I'd love to see you.
Good work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Oh, okay. Go for it. We're moving things around here a little bit to make up for some schedule adjustments. Give us a moment here and we'll be all set. Here we go. That looks like it. There we go. All right, going to introduce Don Wade of Patriot Aircraft. And by the way, folks, you need to give this guy a round of applause or commiserations, because he's the guy who got married here last night. So from here on out, his life has changed.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it very much.
Congratulations.
All right, guys, I tell you what, thanks to Jim and the crew here for putting this together. I know we don't have a lot of people at some of these seminars, but I think it's going to grow. And just like the Mosaic rules and everything, from a manufacturing standpoint, we're still working. There's a few details to work out and how it's really going to apply. Obviously, we don't have to do some of the same regulations that the big manufacturers do. That's what makes it really a lot better. But from your standpoint, that's where rules have really changed. Now, instead of you doing the 51% and building your own airplane, you're going to be able to contract with a builder to build your airplane. You can buy the kit from me or one of the other manufacturers, and you can do it. You can build the airplane however you want to. What are you looking at, Jim? Oh, I'm live. My goodness gracious. You know, that's one of those things. I've never been a photogenic kind of guy. I've always worried that the camera, they always says adds 20 pounds, but I kind of ask, well, when is it ever going to take it off? You know, I don't know. But anyway, from my standpoint, though, for Sun and Fun, again, having what you're doing here, Jim, and the Aero-News group, again, thank you very much for what you're doing. So Patriot Aircraft was founded by me and my brother about 7 years ago. The reason we call it Patriot Aircraft is because it's exactly what it means. We're patriots. Kind of fits in with what's going on in the world right now, of course. But, I had uncles that were in Iwo Jima and on D-Day and all those things. And my dad was in the service. My sister was in the service. I was in the service. I'm an old Navy guy. Anybody Navy guy out here? No Navy? How about Army? Marine Corps? Anybody in the service? Coast Guard? There you go. Air Force, Space Force. If you look at our golf cart, we specifically painted it for Sun and Fun, red, white, and blue, and we have all the emblems for all the services on the side of it. So, again, that's who we are. We're patriotic people. We're from a little town in Centralville, Alabama. You have to pipe in daylight there. It's a little quiet, sleepy little town. We got about 4,200-foot paved runway with about 3,000-foot grass on the south side, and it's really a wonderful place to be. For manufacturing, from our standpoint, Patriot Aircraft again was started because we seen a need. The need was to build an airplane with lower wing loading that was pilot friendly. And how do I click over this other picture? Bottom right. Yep, got it. Ooh, there we go. So what you're seeing on the screen right here, this is what we call the bird. I don't know if anybody has followed us on Instagram or Facebook, but unfortunately, back in the fall, I crashed this airplane. But fortunately, one of the things that we designed into the airplane was a better structure. It's based on a Super Cub and a PA-12. And if you don't know it, the PA-12 has a 4-inch wider fuselage, and 2 people could sit in the back seat. At least was back in the 40s they could do it. Nowadays, I think we're all a little larger, But it really makes for a very comfortable airplane. But we reinforced the airplane, kind of changed the design of things. We took it to what we wanted to do. We wanted it to be pilot friendly. We wanted it to be mechanic friendly. Because when you build the airplane, the last thing you want to do as a mechanic or a builder of your airplane is have to figure out where things are at later. Something happens, and you have to do what we call airplane yoga. You don't want to have to get underneath like a little turtle upside down and wiggle your arm up in a hole to work on something, So if you look on the side of our airplane, I'll kind of walk over here a little bit if I can. normally the boot cowl right here is one piece. You can't do anything with it. Well, the whole entire side of this comes off. The belly comes off here. It comes off underneath the pilot and the co-pilot. And with the new design of this Mark II, the whole entire back section, the vertical fin and all the top, all comes off. And what that means from a mechanic standpoint, and you working on your airplane, is that there's nothing you can't put your finger on. You can physically sit on those tires and look at your avionics, okay? And when you do your yearly condition inspection, once you take all the covers and the panels off, you can put your finger on every weld cluster in the whole airplane. You can physically touch every inch of the fuel line. And we felt like those were things that was important, you know, for you guys when you build these airplanes, to make sure that, you know, you're comfortable, because you never know when there's going to be a little bit of chafing on a fuel line or a electrical problem. And so we designed the airplane really and thought about the mechanic, you know, thought about you guys when you build the airplane. You know, it is a fabric covered airplane, but those panels that come off, those are metal, and the turtle deck, we call it, that whole thing is made of carbon fiber. So again, it just makes it really easy to service and work on it. So that was really important for us, to make sure that you had that safety in mind and peace of mind when you're working on an airplane. So as far as the engines and stuff, one of the things, you know, we've all seen a huge increase in cost on our parts, pieces, nuts, bolts, screws, and it's gotten really way out of hand. You know, we're working on several different avenues actually to lower our cost. We're going to be doing some more of the in-house manufacturing on the frame. Right now that's out, we sub that out, so we're going to save money on that. But the other way we're going to save money is working with you guys. You know, as far as with the Mosaic rule, again, you'll be able to do as much or as little as you want to do. But if you're involved and work with the airplane and build the airplane with us at the factory, we're going to be able to cut the cost. And so an airplane now like this, a comparable airplane, is $400,000+. And this particular one is about $402,000. But we're looking to cut our costs down. We want to get this same airplane down to $350,000, even $325,000. And it's going to be a big challenge, but it's really going to depend on the customer. And this new Mosaic rule is going to make that easier for us to do it. Again, a lot of you have read things, but from a manufacturer standpoint, we still have to do our ASTM standards and all the things we have to do to get it where you can build the airplane. But from our standpoint, we're trying to keep it simple. Keep it as simple as we can. The old KISS method, you know, keep it simple, stupid. So that's kind of who we are and what we're due. We have our new Mark III coming out, and it's going to have the Rotax 916 engine in it. I don't know if you've messed much with Rotax, but I tell you, the new 916 with the turbo on it is an amazing engine. I've been to class and working with the guys at the factory. I'll be honest with you, I was always a Lycoming and Continental guy. But now that I've had, you know, really seen it up close, seen inside the engine, you know, the tolerances, how well it's built, I just don't think you can compare that to any other engine anymore. You know, and Lycoming and Continental are going to be in trouble if they don't really start stepping their game up. But anyway, the pull test is amazing. This airplane has a 197 horsepower engine in it, okay? It's got a 3-blade constant speed prop on it. The problem is it's just like a race car. If you can't get that power to the air or to the ground, and for a race car, through that propeller, you're not getting anything. So we get 852 foot-pounds of thrust. With a Rotax engine, with turning the lower RPM with a better prop that's really designed to work with that RPM and that power, they got 863 foot-pounds of thrust. They're out of a 160 horse engine, they're getting more power on the ground than I get with that 197. Now, granted, once it gets up in the air and a little bit of altitude, the curve starts helping because we got the power to still use when it gets upstairs. But it's really important that the prop is working with the engine. And so many times that's where our problem is. We got a loud engine, it takes off making a bunch of noise, but it don't go nowhere, okay? And so that's one of the reasons we're working with the guys at Rotax. We've got a new engine cowling that's coming out, and like I said, it'll be the Mark III. But all that being said, the big thing for us is, again, working with you guys to make sure that we fine-tune this airplane to fit you. We'll custom make the stick to fit you. Any other details, again, as far as seat cushions, our seats are 6 inches further back. than the normal Super Cub style airplane, so it really makes for a lot of room in front of the airplane. If you choose an autopilot on it, which is something I never thought I would do in a Cub style airplane, but now I don't want to fly one without it, I'll be honest with you, because you can slide that seat back, turn on the autopilot, and it's really comfortable. You can manage the airplane a lot easier, and you can enjoy the flight. So, well, that's about what I have for you today. Is there any questions that you'd like to lay on me about a Patriot aircraft? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Crickets? Okay. Well, anyway, thanks for being here and listening to me rant on a little bit about Patriot aircraft. I really didn't answer a lot of questions about Mosaic, because from my standpoint, things are still being worked out for the manufacturers, but it's all good. The big thing is it's going to help people, and that's what matters. Pilots, if you can't fly the airplane, it don't matter if you can afford it. But now they've made it where, I mean, this airplane will stall literally at 30 miles an hour, okay? And that makes a huge difference. Uh-oh, Pledge of Allegiance, or not the Pledge of Allegiance, but the colors. So let's go outside and salute them. Thank you for your time. Alrighty, folks, let's pick up where we left off. Again, we have the good fortune of bringing on board somebody who's really made a showing in the last couple of years, but most especially with the development of a Rotax 916 IS engine package for what was the plain vanilla RV. It was the RV9. It was the one you were supposed to go places in. It wasn't necessarily the most radical airplane you ever flew. It wasn't overtly aerobatic, but what it was a great trainer, a great cruiser. And having flown it just a couple of weeks ago, I can tell you it's a heck of a little speedster. It really did exceptionally well. And on top of it, the stability and control profile of the airplane was incredibly impressive. So let me introduce Phil Lockwood, and he will fill you in on the Rotax 916 adaptation for the RV 916.
Hey, Jim. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me here today. So, yeah, some time ago, a few years ago, Van's aircraft came to us and said, hey, we have this airplane, the RV9, which we think would be a good match to the new turbocharged Rotax fuel-injected engines, 915, 916. But at that time, and still today, they are really totally eaten up with developing the RV15. And that's their focus until they get finished with that project. So they told me, hey, we're putting everything we've got into the RV15, but we would like to see this happen. So we agreed to go ahead and design the firewall forward package and produce it. And that's what we're doing. So here's a little bit of history on it. So we began with the 915, which is very similar to the 916. The 916 is just a little more advanced development from that engine. This first package, which you see here, it looked pretty cool. It was fast, but we were having a lot of problems with cooling. We did move the engine forward enough to make up for the lighter weight as compared to the Lycoming 0320. So we had good weight and balance, and we had good speed, but we were having issues with cooling. We also had issues with stability. So we knew the potential was there, but it got to the point where we pretty much had to either redesign or cancel the project. And so this was this is a forward view of the cowling. It was all carbon fiber, all ducted cooling for maximum efficiency. We had to have a fan on the ground to keep the airplane cool, and still we were having issues. So we took a look at everything we learned from that design, and we made the decision to go ahead and start from scratch and try again. And that's what we did. So we had speed specialist Andy Chiavetta working on the first generation, and then he came back and helped us with the second generation. Now, one of the things we did was we narrowed up the nose, and we changed to a single cooling inlet that was far enough away from the prop to allow us to get prop thrust through it on the ground. You can see from above, the front of the cowling is narrowed down quite a bit, and that enabled us to reduce the lift we were getting off the front of the nose at high angles of attack, and that helped our pitch stability. So basically the gamble paid off, and by taking everything we had learned from that first design, putting it into a totally new design, we came up with pretty good results. Here you can see the main inlet, which is about the size of a liquid cooler for most 916 installations. But using the coolers and the ducting that we have, we are able to cool everything. The intercooler, we give the engine its air intake from that, cold air intake from that. We cool the liquid and we cool the oil, as well as cooling all the electronics on the engine from that one inlet. We think we have developed the lowest cooling drag 916 installation that actually cools properly available today. It's the lowest drag one that I've seen. Here you can see a shot from above. Lots of stuff going on in that engine compartment. Even though we do have quite a bit of space behind it, we have moved the engine forward about 14 inches to accommodate the CG with the lighter weight of this engine. Even though the RV9 was designed for a maximum of an 0320, so basically the wing positioning on the fuselage is better than it would be on like an RV7, which has the same fuselage. The RV9, the wing is moved back to accommodate lighter engines. Even with that helping us, we still had to move it forward quite a bit. We are about 80 pounds lighter, even with the extended cowling. So that works out in our favor still. So here you can see a large Formula One style liquid cooler that allows us to bring a relatively small amount of air from that main inlet, duct it to the large cooler, slow the air down, take it through the cooler with minimal drag, and then out through the exhaust. Here you can see a picture of all the internal baffling that's built into the cowling. It actually took, I think, 21 molds to make all the parts for this setup. So a lot of work. So one of the things that happened along the way, MT suggested that we get rid of the spacer on the propeller and move to a one-piece hub, which they had designed for the 916. And so we did that, but it meant shortening the prop distance a little bit, so we had to redesign the intake. And you can see there where we've actually shortened the intake to accommodate that. But now we've eliminated the spacer on the MT prop, which is nice. Again, you can see the single cooling inlet there. You see the actual oil cooler in the inlet. We use a special oil cooler that's larger than the largest one Rotax makes. So because of the extended length on the nose, we were concerned about spin recovery. Vans wanted us to use their test pilot, who's excellent, to do the stability and flight testing and spin testing. So we started playing with this larger dorsal fin. We found that we didn't need one that large, and designed a smaller one. And so that is still maybe larger than we need, but that's what we did our spin testing on, so that's what we're producing. And when we put this dorsal fin on, we lost no speed. So there's absolutely no real disadvantage to having it, but it adds a tremendous amount of yaw stability. And when we brought in Len Fox to do the spin testing, he was quite happy or quite pleased with the way it recovered. We took that program pretty seriously. Here you can see a picture of the RV9 with the spin chute installed, spin recovery chute installed on the tail. There's Len Fox in his office getting ready to do another test. I asked him why we had to do so many spins, and he said, Phil, if there's any configuration that I don't test, someone is going to ask you if you tested it. And someone is going to probably do that. So we want to make sure that absolutely every possibility is covered and that will recover under any condition. And that's what he did. There's the spin chute on the tail of the airplane. We did a careful physical weight and balance of the airplane before each segment of tests to make sure that we had accurately judged the weight and balance of the airplane. So not just calculating, we actually did a physical weight and balance because we were adding a lot of weight to the baggage compartment, different areas on the airplane to get the CG aft, to get it in different places and try different weights. So the high altitude performance of this package is pretty stunning. Here you can see 190 knots cruise, and typically we're in the mid to high 8 gallon an hour fuel consumption. The 916 runs a Lena Peak automatically, and the RV9 is just a perfect match to that engine. I think the airframe was somewhat overbuilt for an 0320, and so we had that robustness in the VN diagram that allowed us to really explore the true capability of that airframe with the 916. Here you can see even at 190 knots true, we're still well within the green arc. Now you see on the display there, the Dynon, that there is no yellow arc, and that is because the computer is calculating true VNE, which in the case of the RV9, the factory's given us 200 knots true VNE, and they're seeing that true VNE is eliminated the whole yellow arc, and it's actually going to be in the green arc. And so that red line is, even though it's at 148 knots indicated, and normally indicated VNE would be 182, we are approaching VNE. So it's funny that they gave us a little bit of an extension on true VNE, but in reality, if you weren't calculating that, it's actually a reduction in your indicated VNE almost all the time. So that was in eco mode, running Lena Peak, again burning between 8.5 and 8.9 gallons an hour. And so if we go into max continuous, which we still have available up at, you can see we're at 19,000 foot density altitude in this screenshot. We're doing 195 knots true. Of course, that's our airplane, which is one of the Vans built prototypes of the RV9. So it's probably a very good example of a 9. There's going to be differences from 9 to 9 in the speeds they actually achieve because we are going so fast. A little bit of drag will make a big difference. I think this airframe's pretty clean. So here at lower altitudes, people ask me, well, that's great, but I'm not going to wear oxygen all the time, so I don't want to have to go that high. How will the plane do at non-oxygen altitude? So here we are at 7,000 feet, and we're doing 170 knots true. Again, it's going to be in that mid 8.5 to 8.9 gallon an hour range. So it's even down low at altitudes that a lot of people would typically fly at without oxygen, it's still very fast. Here are some figures, speeds that we get in our airplane. You can see down at 3,000 foot, we're still getting 160 knots. And then up at 19, we're getting 190 knots. And again, all these are in eco mode not max power. We get another 5 knots or so if we go into max continuous power. Not takeoff power, but max continuous. So I have really enjoyed the capabilities of this airplane because topping weather, particularly in Florida where you'll have a front that is often sitting between North Florida and Georgia, going east to west, and you want to get by it. And if you are in a normally aspirated airplane, even IFR, it's still going to be difficult because you're down in all these thunderstorms and trying to get around them. In the RV9, I can almost always top that weather and then just kind of weave between the tops. So you can see here, I've climbed to 16.5. You can see the radar screen, what it looks like from the ADS-B weather. And this is my view ahead, and I can just kind of weave between the tops of the cumulus clouds and shoot on through in smooth air. So that is so nice to be able to do that. And in this airplane, it's absolutely no big deal. I mean, the plane climbs up in the high teens just like it does down low because your power output is just constant. So we did fly the airplane back to Aurora near Portland in Oregon to visit the factory, and there you can see Ryan pushing it back into their main hangar. So I was able to fly with Van, and he was really impressed with the setup and really enjoyed it. You can see the Van Gunderson grin there from him after flying it. And I was able to fly with their chief engineer, Ryan Johnson, and of course he loves the package, so he really enjoyed it. So it was a good visit. I think their chief marketing man, Mark Cook, also flew it and also appreciated it. Now, to really show off the advantages, now again, the thing is fast at all altitudes, and the climb performance and takeoff performance is stellar at all altitudes. But as you go to higher density altitudes, that improvement becomes more and more significant. So we decided to go to Telluride. Great place to make a comparison between a Lycoming 0320 powered RV9 and our 916 powered RV9. And so the two airplanes, fortunately we found two that were, we were really lucky to have two airplanes that were painted the same, which was very cool. See us flying together. And I would recommend that you go to our website, RV916.com, and check out the video we did on that Telluride comparison. The takeoff difference is absolutely stunning. I mean, the RV9 with the Lycoming, it gets off and gets out of there okay, but I wouldn't take off to the east towards the mountains, which few airplanes would do. But in this airplane, you can actually do that. You could actually take off right towards the mountains and top them easily with no worries. So I guess I'd like to know if anybody has any questions for me. Anybody got any questions? Okay, yes. So availability is a good question because a lot of the Lycoming packages are really delayed right now. Yeah, we can get engines right away. So if somebody were to order a firewall forward package now, we're probably 2 to 3 months to deliver the whole package. Yeah. All right. Well, I thank everybody for coming here today. Hope you enjoyed the presentation. And we do have this RV9 here at the show. It's right up in the center of the main display area. And we've got either myself or one of my guys there that can answer questions on it if anybody's interested. Thanks. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Phil. Much appreciated. All righty, folks. We've got Sam Watrous on deck. Let's get his presentation up. Here we go. And almost done. And we'll be with you shortly thereafter to introduce the Spirit SE1 as well. Sam, take it away. Where is he?
Thank you, Jim. I'm Sam Watrous from Scale Birds. We're a kit manufacturer, and we do replica warbirds and other vintage aircraft that are potentially in the works. We provide it in kit form currently. What our main product is what we call the Light Fighter. And in this Light Fighter series, we're going to do several warbirds based on a modular airframe system. And it's been from the get-go designed to be a light sport aircraft or light sport capable aircraft. We know there's customers that want larger engines, more speed, retractable landing gear. Well, Mosaic's just come out. So now we'll be able to provide kits that are light sport capable aircraft that have the landing gear configuration that the customers really want. You have a warbird replica, you want the retracts to make it look right and perform right. The higher speeds of the Mosaic regulation, the larger horsepower arrangement, the landing speeds, all of that works in our advantage. Having the ability to have an adjustable pitch propeller really improves the characteristics of a warbird replica, because you don't have the superb aerodynamic shaping of our sport aircraft, the RVs, etc. You have to deal with the look and the shapes that they had back in the 40s, which are a little less optimized for the lower speeds. They're optimized, for 2,000 horsepower, etc., etc. We're dealing with sport aircraft that look like warbird replicas, and so we're also dealing with sport aircraft engines. So now this aircraft, as a P-40, is going to be able to be utilize the Rotax 915, the 916, any other potential developments from that. It's going to be able to use Viking aircraft engines. They have a 140, a 150, a 175. Aero Momentum aircraft engines has an AM 15 series at 148 horsepower. They also have a turbo that's 160, a little bit higher than that. Those will fit within the P-40 cowl, look amazing. We're also talking with UL Power. Their engine will be able to fit with just a slight adjustment to the cowling. And then there's also future engine developments that for the Mosaic market, like the Kawasaki engine that's coming. That will be an ideal combination with this airframe. As the P-40 kits go out the door, and right now we're producing our beta kits, that airframe is also going to be capable of being a radial engine powered P-36. And so from the firewall back, it's the same airframe, and we can use Rotec or Werner radials on this airframe to really increase the pilot's preference. The Light Sport series are 5/8 scale, 63%. They're in production, and if you can see it in the background, there's a flying prototype in the P-36 form using a Werner radial engine. We want to get the word out that Mosaic can have warbird replicas, and we're really thrilled to be doing this. The airframes are all metal construction, similar to an RV or a Sonex style airframe. But because of that warbird styling, there's more parts. And so it's as easy to build as an RV or a Sonex or other metal airframes. It just takes a little bit longer. Mosaic will allow us in the future to provide a certified light sport airframe. And that's something we're very looking forward to. I'm sorry. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We just wanted to get the word out. Thank you. Sure.
You gotta say
Roger that. So I've left my primary job as a submarine designer at General Dynamics Electric Boat Division up in Connecticut to work full-time on a 60% scale B-17 bomber. And that is an amazing project. It's for a customer whose direct relatives were in charge of putting 1,000 B-17s back into the air in England during World War II, head of maintenance for the 303rd Bomb Group. That bomber is going to be a lot bigger than the Bally bomber that some people have seen. That was a 33% airframe where one person can barely fit in it. This is going to be a 60% scale B-17. That allows us basically to have 4 passengers, a pilot and a co-pilot, staggered seating position, someone up in the nose in the best seat in the house, and then you can also put people in the radio compartment behind the spars. It's going to be powered by 9 Werner radials, 4 Werner radials of 9-cylinder engines, 160 horsepower engines, with a brand new propeller from GT. That's a 60% scale knockoff of the Hamilton standard. That'll be electric, adjustable. It's a propeller that's the first one just arrived an hour ago, and it's in our booth on a 9-cylinder. If you want to check that out, if you have any interest in scale replicas, come check that out. The bomber is being produced. The parts are coming off the CNC router tables and we're bashing metal, and it's amazing. And if you can help, come stop by, check out scalebirds.com. If you just want to check it out, that's fine. Any other questions about the bomber project or light fighters? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Much appreciated. Here we go. All right. Talk about the elephant in the room. Literally. We're happy to not only see Steve Wood make it all the way out from Grand Junction, Colorado, and from what I understand, climbed to 14,000 foot en route on a little bit over 40 horsepower. But he brought it over here, folded the wings, and goodness gracious, it's right here in the tent with us. So Steve Wood, take it away, Bubba. People want to hear about this thing.
One thing I've learned about Jim, this guy right here? Okay, giant caveat. I didn't know I was coming to Sun and Fun until about Saturday when I saw that it looked like the weather might cooperate to allow me to get from Western Colorado to Florida. What am I doing here, Jim? Am I stepping through anything, or is this just a picture of the airplane? I came here with absolutely no materials. I've given you the main caveat. The airplane's here. Well, actually, the airplane's right there. And I'm here because Jim would like to think I'm here because I had to get to Sun and Fun. I'm here because I'm delivering this airplane to a customer in Florida, and I don't have to fly it back to Colorado. Not that I mind flying it back to Colorado, but it's a long ways. When I came down here in November, it was about 1,500 nautical miles. I came pretty much on a straight line. When I came here a few days ago, it was more like 1,750 nautical miles because I had to skirt around all that trashy weather that was coming up the Mississippi River Valley. And I didn't net tailwinds all the way, which you usually do when you're going southeast. So it was still a 2-day thing. Left Sunday morning, got in here into Florida Monday evening. I can't emphasize this enough. There probably aren't too many questions you could ask me about the airplane or the engine that I don't know the answer to, but I don't know what you guys want to know. You've probably read a fair amount of it. Maybe you've seen it in videos. We've pretty much been mobbed while we've had it parked in front of the Vintage Hospitality Center. And, we just sort of look like the Beverly Hillbillies up there because our sunshade and our jackets and our paraphernalia is kind of scattered all over the place. I apologize for that. The Spirit SE1 is I'll give you a brief history. When the LSA rule was announced, it intrigued me tremendously. I spent about 5 years at Cessna, Pawnee Division. That's where I went right out of school. I'm an aero engineer. And I went to Cessna. They offered me a little less money than Beach, but it looked more like fun. And so I went to Cessna, no regrets. Worked with a lot of great people. When I was there, and this is hard for people to imagine today, we had 25 active certification programs with the FAA. This in the late 70s. That's when Cessna was turbocharging and retracting everything under the sun, the 172, the 182. We were just wrapping up the P210. We did the T303 Crusader, which was a cabin class light twin. And then the last project I worked on was the Caravan, Cessna Caravan, which was designed by a relatively small group of us in a pretty short period of time. I think they dropped the hanky in November of 81, and the prototype flew in December of 83. So it was about 13 months from when they said go to we had a flying prototype. And then they said, we don't need all you guys anymore. When I got there were 339 people in engineering. When I left, there were 47 still there. It was a kind of a sad time because the trial lawyers discovered airplanes right about then. If there's any lawyers in the crowd, I'm not apologizing to you. I would just wish you'd have spent your life doing something useful instead of destructive. This airplane was probably rolling around, inside my head for a long time. And I probably wanted to do it when I was 25. Looking back, what I realized I didn't know when I was 25 was how to manufacture things. I ended up in a DOD business. Built 150,000 M16s, M320 grenade launchers, 50 caliber machine gun receivers, a lot of RF electronics, a lot of explosives. It was a fun business. It had a lot of technical challenge. And one thing about doing work for the government, there are several things that aren't great. One thing is if you do the work, you get paid. And that isn't always true in the commercial world. And frankly, running that business for about 30 years, and selling that business about 10 years ago is what allowed me to pursue this thing. I told my team initially, somebody needs to do this, and we're the people to do it. Now, what do I mean do this? Make the light, do I need to keep pushing buttons? Okay. I got no guidance on what to do here, and I'm not a computer geek. This is me taxiing in, not this time, but back in November, right? Yeah, it's a different airplane. This one has an orange stripe. The one here today has a blue stripe. Those are the choices you get. Like there's 8 colors. Just pick your color. There are a few option decisions to be made. You want a transponder, you don't want a transponder. You want nav strobes, you don't want them. You want a landing taxi light, you don't want it. You want an AHRS or not. You could add about $8,000. We're still honoring the price. This is not a kit airplane. I think you guys know that. It's a certified SLSA airplane, and it's our engine. We started flying the prototype a long time. Just keep pushing buttons. Yeah, well, hey, look at there. Movies. We started flying with a Kohler CH-1000, 1000cc, made to run like this, commercial air-cooled V-twin. First thing we did was dry sumped it, turned it upside down. Why? Maybe you've heard me say this. Why don't airplanes have inverted V engines? Because the Germans lost World War II. That's the main reason. Everything they flew had inverted Vs, almost without exception. Not the Focke-Wulf 190, but all the Daimlers and, all those engines were inverted. And inverted Vs have an awful lot going for it. This is an inverted V2, and it is a 90-degree V for any of you gearhead junkies. The 90 is kind of a magic thing because if you counterweight the crankshaft of a 90V, and if you keep the cylinders aligned with each other, it's one of the only configurations in the world that's capable of perfect primary balance, meaning it's not doing this, it's not, Now, that doesn't mean it smoothed out the torque pulses. That's a different issue. I'll come back to that. But the 90V is really a beautiful thing. I have a 45V on my Harley Sportster, and it fires a little more evenly than the 90 if you think it through. If we make a 2-cylinder opposed, we can make the firing pulses bam, 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 bam. If we make a 2-cylinder inline, we can make the firing pulses bam, 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 bam. The worst possible timing is the 90V, and it makes its power by going bam, 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 bam. Now, it's capable of perfect primary balance, but that didn't take care of the torque pulses. This one's not uncowled. We've been asked to uncowl it. You know, we had it uncowled at Oshkosh a ton. If we have time, we'll uncowl it so you can see. But basically what we're doing is we're letting the engine move inside the engine mount. It's a 3-point connection, 3-point isolation of the engine from the airframe. The forward isolator is aimed right through the center of gravity of the engine because that's what it wants to turn around. And then there's 2 big soft, by the way, commercially available, they're about $20 a pop, isolators in the back that are taking a whole bunch of, if you watch this engine idle with the cowling off, you would see, oh, it's moving like 3 degrees. Now, as the speed goes up, all those deflections or displacements go down, and at cruise, it's not noticeable. Dave Hirschman did a pilot report on it from AOPA a few weeks ago. If you guys didn't see it, there's a pretty nice flight video by Josh Blair from Blaircraft, just came out yesterday. Day before yesterday? Yeah, sometime. I've hardly had time to watch it. But he had a lot of fun because we took 2 of them up and we went out in eastern Utah where there's nobody and nothing, and we got to chase around down low, and that's just a lot of fun. As we were flying, and I think this is captured in the video, I said to him on the radio, this is what the SE1 was designed to do. And we've had several customers say they should be sold in pairs. And what they mean by that is 1 is a lot of fun, 2 is like 4 times as much fun, and 3 is like 15 times as much fun. It's just made for that. Within the last 3 weeks, we had 6 people at 1 airport in Texas, 1 airport, order SE1s. And I told my people, I'm kind of envious of those guys because they're going to be having too much fun, man. They're going to either be pylon racing or practicing formation or just out having fun. The airplane's all aluminum. It's not blind rivets. It's AD rivets. It's 2024 T3 Alclad. It's not 6061. All the steel parts in it are 4130 or 4140. The finish on them is manganese phosphate with vacuum impregnated preservation oil. I got that from the gun business. That's what you do if you don't want your guns to ever rust or have any problem in the Arctic or the jungle or anywhere else. And it's pretty innocuous, and there isn't a drop of zinc chromate anywhere in it. So environmentally and from a safety standpoint. And less people wonder, well, is that okay? The first thing we did was riveted 2024 T3 Alclad to phosphate coated steel and put it in our salt fog chamber, which we routinely test this stuff in the military world just to make sure, and it worked outstandingly. I might be giving away an important secret here. I look around the aerospace industry, I don't know why people don't do it. Maybe they don't know, but it's I hate painting. I hate any production process that involves giving people liquid or anything sticky or gooey and saying, please put about this much right here, because those are the hardest production processes to control. They're easy to mess up, and when they're messed up, they're a lot of rework. If you get runs, drips, or anything else in your paint, you're going to spend time stripping it, or you're going to spend time block sanding it. The reason this aluminum is Alclad, that's your corrosion prevention, okay, the pure aluminum coating. And this is how Luscombe's Cessna 120s, 140s, 170s, early 180s, 195s, that's how they were built. They just had a little bit of trim paint on a bare aluminum airplane. I have a couple bare aluminum airplanes. One of them is 75 years old, and the other one's 65 years old. They're doing fine. They're doing fine. Now, admittedly, I don't live in Florida. I live in western Colorado in the desert, and that helps. But still, those airplanes haven't been there their whole life, and they're doing fine as long as they're kept clean. One of the buyers that brought his SE1 home to Florida showed us pictures just last night. He just had it polished and ceramic coated, and he thinks, and I'm just gonna tell you, I don't even know what that means. You something you rub on and then you buff it out. I don't even know what it means, but that's his answer to keeping the shine. This airplane is not polished. A lot of people come up and they say, oh, polished. It's not polished. The evidence that it's not polished is the heads of the rivets are still gold. They still have the iodine color on them. If you polished it, the heads of the rivets would be silver. The only thing polished on this airplane, there's two things polished on this airplane. The leading edge of the landing gear spats, and those are stainless steel. Those guys right there. And then the cowling is a different alloy of aluminum. It's stretch formed, and when it comes out of stretch forming, it's kind of frosty looking finish. So we polish the cowl so it will match the mill finish of the rest of the airplane. Obviously the wings fold. Maybe that goes without saying because it's sitting in here with its wings folded. But at the risk of sounding like a broken record, here's the things we tried to attack. What makes aircraft ownership expensive? Acquisition cost, operating cost, storage cost, maintenance cost. Some of you might add insurance cost. Well, I don't have much control over that as a designer, but the first four I can do something about, all right? And by the way, they are insurable. Star underwrites hull and liability on them, so that's not an issue either. But we really tried to, I always make this statement. We're not going to say this is the perfect solution to all four of those. I'm just going to tell you it's our solution to all four of those. We had hoped when we started this project an embarrassingly long time ago to be at about half of the selling price that we're out today, okay? But the world changed quite a bit since then. Labor costs went up, material costs have risen, freight costs have gone up an awful lot. And so when did we set up the $69.5 price? I did it in my tent at Oshkosh about 6 a.m. the morning we stood our website up. And I was studying our bill of materials and all of our labor times and costs, all right? And said, this is where we're gonna go. I'm satisfied with the profit margin at this price, and we'll run here and we'll see how we like it. And so far we haven't bumped the price. So, what am I missing, guys? Do I need to push a button again here, or is it done? This is the last one? Okay. I'll push the button and see what happens. Yeah. This airplane sitting right here has all the options. It's got artificial horizon, trig transponder, landing light, taxi light, nav light, strobes. Weighs about 441 pounds empty, 740 pound gross weight. I came here and the thing looked like a bachelor pad inside because when I flew over the mountains on Sunday morning, it was 9 degrees Fahrenheit at 14,500 going over Monarch Pass. And when I landed in Pueblo, Colorado, yes, I did fuel, but mostly I landed to warm up, all right, because I was chilly. It felt great to get there, stand in the sun for a little bit. Fueled up and then went on. My fuel stops coming here were Pueblo, Colorado, Larned, Kansas, which is just a little northwest of Wichita, and then Siloam Springs, Arkansas, which is northwest Arkansas. And this wasn't planned, but I got there on the ground. I thought, wait a minute, Siloam Springs, this is where Matt Youngkin's at with the Beech 18. I have a Beech 18, by the way, also. And he and I did some formation flying years ago. I found his number, gave him a call, and long story short, I folded the wings and stuck it in the hangar between his Beech 18 and his Cub, which was nice. And then they gave me the key to the hangar so I could let myself go early in the morning. I will tell you, it was one rough ride across the Ozarks with a low ceiling and really high surface winds. Woo, baby, it was a bone-jarring ride coming across there. Lasted about an hour and then things smoothed out. But I didn't get the good tailwind after that, you know. It pretty much broke even or had maybe anywhere from 5 to 10 knots on the nose the rest of the way here. So it was a little bit of a grind getting here. I'm gonna just jump into philosophy for a second. Like, give me a countdown when everybody's sick of hearing me talk or something. I don't know. Okay, I'll know. Okay. You know, there's a lot of people that claim they love to fly, but the airplane they want to get in is the fastest way to get from A to B. I don't understand that. And maybe I'm weird, but I love delivering these things. For one thing, when you show up, it's just like being Santa Claus on Christmas morning to a new owner. Even if he's 75 years old, he's like, he can't stand still. He's like a kid on Christmas morning, and that's fun. Because as a designer, that was your dream, that was your goal, that you're gonna make this thing, that people are gonna love it, they're gonna appreciate it, they're gonna enjoy it, and they're gonna have fun with it. And so it's fun to do. It's also fun to do because 2.5, maybe 3 hour legs. It holds 8 gallons of gas at altitude. It'll stay under 2 gallons an hour, leaned out. So, but you know, there's the issue of your bladder, and there's a few other things. And I just enjoy landing at an airport I've never been at before and meeting people I've never met before. And invariably, you know, what you find is, oh, the next thing you know, they want to give you a ride, they want to tell you where to eat, they want to take you to the motel, they want to let you put your airplane in their hangar. There's great people, you know. Aviation is loaded with great people, and we live in a beautiful country that flying across it, I just don't get tired of it. I've been doing it for over 50 years, and every time the wheels leave the ground, it's like, yeah, baby. This is magic. It's one of the magic things we get to do in life. So to me, it's not an onerous task to fly a Spirit SE-1 across the country at 100, 105 miles an hour. It's like, I love it. I just really, really enjoy it. Questions we're often asked: when are you going to have an enclosed canopy? Well, we probably will. When are you going to have a nose wheel? Oh, we probably will. Right now, we can't build this version as fast as we need to keep up with the order. So open cockpit, tail wheel. And I have had a few people say, don't you dare put a nose wheel on this airplane. We won't forgive you if you put a nose wheel on this airplane. We had one on it, just so you know, this little known fact. No photos of it still exist. Someone took pictures on their phone, and later they you know. And we had some nose wheel shimmy. And this was at a time, my friend Steve Ambrosich can attest to this, I kind of got dogged into being the chairman of the airport board in our hometown during a dirty, nasty time where a previous director had made a mess for us to clean up. And my guys went out, they high-speed taxied it, the nose wheel shimmied. They said, what do you want us to do? And I said, just take it off and go to the tail wheel, you know. Like, we also start off with toe brakes, but they're cable drum brakes. And we found that with toe brakes, the amount of cable stretch we had, by the time you got the brakes all the way on, you weren't pushing forward with your toes, you're trying to push down with your toes. And that's not an ergonomic thing for humans to do. This has heel brakes. We have, one of the things we recognize is almost anyone who learned to fly in the last 40 or 50 years learned with toe hydraulic brakes, because that's standard. Those of us who've flown Cubs, Luscombs, T-Crafts, and you know, Champs, Chiefs, we're used to heel brakes, but we realize not everyone is. We have designed, we haven't released this yet, a handbrake adapter that goes on our parking brake. Our parking brake is a Johnson bar lever. You plunge the button, you ratchet it up, and it has a great parking brake. I mean, I will leave this thing parked at a fuel pump in a lot of wind and not worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it as much as I worry about my Cessna 180 parked in the same place. And it has a half-turn cap on the end, and when that cap is screwed tight, it holds the button down, so you are just in free mode, and you're using an evener mechanism between the two cables, so if you pull on the handle, you apply both brakes simultaneously. If you unscrew the cap, you're back in parking brake mode. So you don't have to take anything on or off. It's a half turn of a easy to do cap. Man, I'm just doing this really random job here. I didn't even think about the outline of this discussion. People have watched me fold the wings a bunch of times, and you know, Dave Hirschman said it can be done easily in 5 minutes. I'd be embarrassed if I couldn't do it in 5 minutes. And I would pretty much guarantee anybody here, if I show you how to do it, and I say, okay, go practice it 8 times, then I'm going to be back with my stopwatch, you'll be folding both wings in under 2 minutes easily. That's not a challenging thing, and it's a one-person thing. The 5 minutes was my rule to the design team. I said if it takes more than 5 minutes, it's a failure because it won't get used, because you want to go fly, but you're going to think, I got to fold the wings. I am stunned at how many of our buyers are going to fold and unfold the wings every time they fly the airplane. Why? Because they're putting it under the wing of their Maul, they're putting it in front of the wing of their buddy's Mooney, they're putting it alongside their buddy's RV4. You could get an RV4 and 2 of these in a normal size T-hanger. Put it in with, I mean, you name the airplane. Put a Cessna 206, you put 2 more of them in there. It just doesn't take up any space, and that's how we attack that storage cost issue. The maintenance thing we did, if you notice, it has gigantic inspection panels right down around where the calves of your legs are. That's because, to me, the most hellish thing you could have to do to my Cessna 180 is something on the front side of the instrument panel. Why? Step 1, pull all the seats out. Step 2, lay on your back. Step 3, get your upside down bifocals, because when you're my age, you know, now you're looking up, and now you need a trouble light, and anything you drop is going to fall in your face, go in your eyes. It's just a mess. This thing you can be on, you know, you can be on one knee, or you could be on a mechanic's, what am I trying to say? Stool, rolling stool. Roll right up there. You can stick your head and shoulders in there. You can get to everything that has to do with the rudder controls, the brake controls, the fuel valve, anything on the front side of the instrument panel. If you want to tip the instrument panel back, it's easy. You just undo a few screws, tip it back, you can get to any connection. All of our, everything in our panel except the transponder is MGL. And someone was asking me today, they're saying, hey, you can't get this MGL stuff in the US. I think that's because, and I hate naming names, Michigan Avionics, who was the MGL dealer, they had a falling out. I don't know what happened. We have tons of the stuff. In fact, if you order one now, when you turn on the master switch, when all the gauges light up, the first thing you see is that. You see the Spirit Engineering logo. It comes on all the gauges, you know, all over the panel. If you look inside this one, and we can't open the hatch all the way with the right wing folded. If you look over there, you'll see it would interfere. You don't want to fold your right wing, Bobby, with the hatch open. Okay, just keep that in mind. Left wing, you can do it all day. When you're going to fold the right wing, be sure the hatch is closed, because you'll interfere the root of the aileron onto the thing. And then you'll put a scratch in it, and you'll scratch your beautiful airplane. We don't want you to do that. Questions? Got to be kidding me. TBO. The Fleet Leader engine has about 300 hours on it. Okay. Here's one of the reasons. We watch everybody on FlightAware. Say, hey, has Bobby been flying? Tom been flying? Bill been flying? They almost all have transponders. So you can go, oh yeah, he flew last night for 17 minutes. Oh, he flew the night before for 22 minutes. And you look at their path, and it goes, came back in and landed. It's just a sunset cruise. Like, I'm the only one crazy enough to be going all day across the country and putting serious hours. Under the ASTM spec for light sport engines, there are 2 ways that you establish TBO. One is by Fleet Leader, and it has this motherhood statement that says, and then you have to run the engine in all the conditions you anticipate. Well, that's a mouthful, because what does that mean? I got to take it to the Arctic, and then I got to take it to the jungle, and I got to take it to the hottest place, and I got to take it to the coldest place. The alternative is what's called an accelerated overhaul test. And it's sort of a formulaic test, but essentially you get 1 hour of TBO credit for every 5 minutes you spend at max rated power and redline CHT and redline oil temp. We chose that path, and the reason is because it's not dependent on pilot availability, it's not dependent on whether we can run the test cell day, night, whatever. It is a brutal test. It's a brutal test. We ran that one to 750 hours. And then we stopped it and we switched to another one that's not required by the ASTM, but it's required by me, and that is, hey, when you're getting an hour credit for 5 minutes of running, one thing you did not do is you did not put all the cycles. It's not the same number of compression, tension, strokes on the connecting rods. It's not the same number of rotations in the bearings. So we stopped the accelerated overhaul test at 750. That's the answer to your question right now. It's going to go a lot further. We jumped over to a fatigue test, and the fatigue test we ran 500 hours on 91 MoGas, ethanol free, and then we switched to 500 hours of 100 low lead, and then we switched back to 91 ethanol free. And I can regale you with the difference between those two. We chose 91 in the beginning as the available fuel worldwide for a spark ignition engine. We're the only ones in the US that have to go to work to find it without ethanol. If you go to Australia, New Zealand, Europe, 91 is what they have. And they don't have an EPA that makes them put corn alcohol in their fuel, which is the stupidest thing mankind ever thought of, in my humble opinion. When we tear down that engine or bore scope it, the one that's been running on 91 is clean as a whistle inside. When you start running 100 low lead, tan, orange, white, there's stuff in there. We have not done a test running. We tested with Marvel mystery oil with the 100 low lead. Definitely makes a difference. You couldn't talk me out of it. It's sound science. But we haven't done the one with, and I'm probably going to mispronounce it, Decalin? What's the stuff? Am I saying it right? Yeah. I think that's the next test we do. Because this would happen to us when we ran 100 low lead. When we're doing this test, we're running 5 hours at a time. You fuel it, you check the oil, you fire it up, you run it. It's being run on a data acquisition system, and it's mostly unmanned, okay? Somebody has to come pre-flight it, start it, and then it'll shut itself off at the end of 5 hours. At every one of those shutdowns, somebody's going to check the oil, they're going to pull the thing through, they're going to pull the propeller through, and when we ran 100 low lead, I'd say almost half the time, maybe at least 40% of the time, you pull the propeller through, and one of the cylinders just go psh, like the valve's not sealed. Stop, fire the engine up, run it for 2 minutes, come back, it's 80 over 80. There's junk sitting at the valve to seat interface. Now, just on general principle, that's not a good idea. And the reason is because if I have something keeping that valve from touching the seat, maybe you guys know this, maybe you don't, that's about 80% of the heat rejection out of an exhaust valve. It has to touch the seat. That's how the heat gets out of that valve. If you start interfering that or insulating it with lead deposits, you're going to run your exhaust valve hotter. Now, that didn't manifest as any problem. I'm just saying, boy, I could look in one with the bore scope and I can tell which fuel you've been running. Easy, because the 100 low lead. The other thing it did, we're exhausting into our test cell. We switched that. Now we're going to pump the exhaust out of the test cell. But we ran in the test cell. Up until we did that, the inside of the test well, white walls, just like this tent, everything's wonderful. After 500 hours of running 100 low lead, everything's dingy, yellow, tan, weird stuff that you can't wash it off with soap. MEK won't touch it. It's weird. I mean, we're in there with brushes just trying to clean the place back up. And that's why we decided, hey, let's put the exhaust outside after this. I feel a little bit like I'm rambling. You guys got any questions? Go ahead.
What's your first customer delivery and how many have you delivered since?
The very first airplane went to Jim Wiebe in Wichita, Kansas, hand selected, because Jim is retired. He flies every day, and he lives, his hangar is 10 feet out his back door. He lives at the airport. This guy is a flying maniac. And I said, Jim, you're going to get the first one, and here's all I'm asking. Fly it. Start it, stop it, run it hard. Anything to do with the engine, anything to do with the airframe, and he loves that thing. Jim has an RV6, midget Mustang, a 90 horse Luscombe, But 3 more airplanes I can't think of. You know what he flies? The SE-1. We sold one to a customer down in Texas. He owns 18 airplanes. Guy is a problem. He was the co-inventor of directional drilling, and so his monthly, the money that comes in every month, he doesn't know what to do with it. And to me, a great accolade is he said, "This is my favorite airplane to fly." And he could pick between, probably a Hawker jet down to a Pete and Pole Ronca C3, you name everything in between, Swift, whatever. He loves flying the SE-1 just because it's fun. It's a wonderful handling airplane. But you need to ask people besides me because I'm not unbiased, all right? Has a very benign stall. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the tallest pilot that's bought an SE-1?
6'5". 6'5". We've had 3. I didn't finish answering your question. Sorry about that. This is serial number 21, but 26 and 7 I know are delivered. This one wasn't delivered till now because it's so far from Colorado to Florida. The serial numbers are committed up to right around 100. The number was 95 or 96 when I left home. I know of at least a couple that have been committed since, the airplane's been here, and no one's updated me by email but whatever. All they want to know is, hey, do you want to reserve serial number 100 for some special purpose or whatever? It doesn't really matter to me. The buyers range all over the place. Sorry, ask the question. Did I? Okay. Anybody heard of Duncan Aviation? Nah, they're the corporate jet leaders. They're based in Lincoln, Nebraska. About a month ago, we get an email from Robert Duncan, who's retired from running it, and he said, well, I'm going to be in Grand Junction. I'd like to tour the factory and see the airplane. And if this is any clue, his airplane is November 1 Romeo Delta. It's his airplane, okay? And I think that's a Citation 10 or something like that. And I'm thinking, I wonder what he's coming for. I don't know. Well, he came, and he brought his friend Chris Finoff, and these two guys are sort of like legendary in the world of corporate aviation, which is not what this is. And they were absolutely smitten. And he said, I want one. My only requirement is I want a unique serial number, and I'll tell you what color. He wanted 13, but it was long gone. They've been, I've delivered one as far northwest as Spokane, and I've been here twice. We've got one to go to Maine. We've got one to go to New Hampshire. We're probably going to draw straws to see who does those because that's 1,700 nautical miles from where we are. And it's just a while to be gone out of the office. For me, that's the thing. My goal is, hey, you guys run the business. I'll just deliver airplanes and meet cool people, have fun. Any other questions?
What are the dimensions of the trailer?
It'll fit in any 20-foot trailer. Sitting here right now, from the tip of the spinner to the back of the tail wheel, it's about exactly 18 feet, and it's 7 foot wide, 7 foot 5 inches wide from leading edge of folded wing to leading edge of folded wing. So it fits in a car hauler, fits in a toy hauler, fits in a standard 20-foot box trailer, fits in a cargo container really well. The first one overseas is going to New Zealand. And that should happen here before very long. I'm not wild about people putting them in car haulers. And the reason is your car hauler's sprung for about 6,000 pound load. And this thing weighs 400 pounds. And you might put more load on the airplane trailering it than you'll ever put on it landing it or flying it, So I think it should be cushioned. We have a trailer design. It is made for this airplane. It wouldn't be any good to help your neighbor move their sofa across town. It's just for this airplane. It'd be like your transport and your hangar, maybe, to store it in. But frankly, I don't have the bandwidth to be building trailers right now. But I also would like to dictate what the design is because we understand what a trailer needs to be better than somebody that might just whip one up. Any other questions? Yeah.
In one of your earlier videos, when you were at Oshkosh, you were trying to establish what the production rate was going to be.
Right now, we're very steady at 1 airplane a week. My conviction is we need to be steady at 4 airplanes a week, because I think if we have 4 a week, we will not have a problem selling them. And I can't emphasize this point enough. My personal opinion is GA doesn't need more $1 million airplanes. That is not what's going to assure that my grandkids can enjoy general aviation the way I have. And by the way, I have a grandson who's already a pilot and a couple more that are on their way, which is fun. Take it. Oh, no problem. No problem. Hey, thanks for your attention. I appreciate it. Yep.
Folks, I'm going to end this real quick. Paradise City folks are having a cow, and we're just trying to do our best to serve the industry. We thank you so much for being here. For everybody out there, keep an eye on affordableflying.net for the Affordable Flying Expo in November. We look forward to seeing you there. We're going to get packed up and get out of here. Thank you so much.
The Aero-News Network Sun and Fun Digital Daily Morning Brief, live from Lakeland, Florida, is brought to you in part by the following sponsors.
Our marketplace where our business works now is in really the upper Midwest. We cover a pretty big area, so quite frankly, it would be really hard for us to do what we do today without an airplane. Our furthest job right now is Rapid City, South Dakota. That's an 8 to 9 hour drive from Fargo. I can fly there in an hour and a half. We're home by 6, 7 o'clock. If you're driving that, it's a 3-day trip. So it's a quality of life thing, and it allows us to be way more effective and efficient in what we do.
For 35 years, Cub Crafters has pushed the evolution of the classic Piper Super Cub. Today, that legacy goes further. Through advanced engineering, we've enhanced STOL capability while refining every detail that makes this platform exceptional. The result is a new generation of adventure aircraft, purpose-built for the backcountry. Pilots experience smooth handling, true comfort, extended range, and unmatched utility. Cub Crafters, built for where the runway ends.
In aviation, knowing your fuel matters. SAIS designs and manufactures advanced fuel quantity sensors using patented magneto-resistive technology. The result is precise, reliable fuel level data that integrates seamlessly with modern avionics. Trusted by aircraft manufacturers, installers, and pilots around the world, SAIS fuel quantity sensors bring a new level of accuracy and confidence to the cockpit. SAIS, accuracy before empty.
Well, hello, fellow pilot. I'm John King.
And I'm Martha King. Folks, spring is in the air, sun and fun is here, the birds are flying, and so should you. John, tell them the good news.
Well, Martha, the good news is for the next 12 days, we're taking 22% off of all of our King School courses.
Use the code CLEARPROP at checkout through April 22nd.
And we'll see you
at the airport.
It is the pursuit of excellence, the compulsive nature to be better than yesterday. It is the spirit of the last 250 years that has kept American innovation at the forefront of the world. At Delta Hawk, the quest to revolutionize power in aviation has driven our outlook of the future, while recognizing the endeavors of the past. The DHK series of engines are built for the next 250 years because one revolution deserves another.
The next evolution of the TBM family has arrived, the TBM 980. Featuring the Garmin G3000 Prime Avionics, the TBM 980 delivers next-level intuitive control and cockpit intelligence. At its core is a Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6E 66XT engine and 5-blade Hartzell composite propeller, managed by a fully digital FADEX system for smooth, precise power. Fly differently. Fly the TBM 980.
The legendary BD4-seat program is building an exciting future for those who want a rugged 4-seat family flyer with a proven history. The SureWings program produces a complete kit and builder assist program that gives you everything you need to be flying a BD4CS in record time. For conventional kit builders, BD Aviation has parts, partial kits, and full kits for the 190-mile-per-hour BD4C that has logged thousands of hours. Visit SureWings.com and BDAviation.com for more details. Looking for a new generation of proven and efficient aviation power plants that boast modern engineering, electronic ignition, and both direct and gear drive systems? With 100 horsepower to 240 horsepower, the Skyline and Redline engines offer uncommon value in an overpriced industry. Whether you are looking for fixed wing or rotor, MW Fly Americas has been established to service the American market with dedication and expertise. MWFlyAmericas.com.
My fifth fuel gauge is really being weird.
It's acting up again. We've got plenty of fuel, but those gauges really are not all that accurate.
Great.
For years, fuel gauges confirmed you were empty, but couldn't warn you before. SAIS delivers certified full-range accuracy because knowing before empty makes all the difference.
Accurate fuel gauges.
That is so nice.
SAIS, accuracy before empty.
There's a world far beyond the city lights, beyond control towers and paved runways. That's where Hartzell flies. Hartzell carbon fiber props, stronger, lighter, faster, delivering unmatched performance, relentless durability, and raw power for those who demand more. So here's to untamed skies, faraway places, and the prop that's always ready for what's next. Hartzell Propeller, built on honor.
Backed by over 30 years of Aero-News reporting, PropWash is the daily email newsletter that delivers top aviation headlines to your inbox, expert reporting, clean facts, and real insight. Start your day with aviation news you can trust. Subscribe to PropWash today at aero-news.net.